We have 6 topics, 4 from polity and 2 from IR. Anything you want to ask from the previous classes? Any doubts you have? No doubt? Any classes? Any class means polity governance. Anything? No? Very good. What is the first topic? Post-retirement employment, isn't it? That is the first one. The context that we are discussing the post-retirement employment of public servants is because the appointment of one retired judge of the Supreme Court within 40 days after his retirement, the individual has been appointed as the governor of the state of Andhra Pradesh. His name is Justice Abdul Nazir. Why am I telling you the name?
Voting cases.
No. that is something that we will discuss. But when you are writing an answer, you might have to provide some examples of individuals. That is the reason. But this appointment of this judge, or for that matter, the appointment of other government officials who are retired from the government services, are becoming very frequent these days. Appointment of the judge as a governor is only a symptom of the larger post-retirement jobs or appointment of the public servant. I am using the word public servant. Public servant includes judges, the civil service, the PSU heads, the army, everybody. So the word public servant is used. So when you are using the word public servant, then you will have the entire public service officials as part of this. Public service. This public service includes who? Judges, civil servants, the armed forces, the PSUs, then etc., tribunals, all those things. It is very difficult to provide a proper definition of who is a public servant. But Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 provides who is a public servant. For our understanding, we can say that any individual who is being paid from the Constituent Fund of India or the Constituent Fund of State is a public servant. So when I am using the word public servant, I am referring to judges, civil servants, armed forces, etc., etc. So our discussion will not be limited to the judge per se. We will be using this discussion, this example, to deal with the entire post-retirement appointment process of public servants. But we will focus on the judge per se, not that individual judge. But among the public servants, we need to have a separate approach towards the judges per se. Their post-retirement appointment and the post-retirement appointments of the civil servants cannot be equated. The standards which are applicable of a judge are different from a standard which is applicable to the government servant, which means the civil servant. We cannot say that civil servants after their retirement are being appointed into various positions. Hence, there is no problem in appointing the judges into various positions after the retirement. This argument is incorrect because the role and responsibility of a judge is entirely different from the role and responsibility of a civil servant. The fundamental difference is this. What is fundamental differences? fundamental difference between a judge and other public servants. If this, what is the difference?
Separation of powers between the executive and judiciary.
I will rephrase it. This judge enforces accountability of the government. This other public servants, they obey the government. In general, their job is implementation of the public policy. In general. And what is his job? Interpret and adjudicate. A judge is carrying out an accountability function, while a civil servant job is to implement the decisions of the government. One checks the government, one obeys the government. One sees whether actions of the government are as per the constitution or as per the law or not. One has the authority to provide advice to the government. But if the advice is not taken, the one has to implement the decision, whether it is unconstitutional or illegal or not. A civil servant, other public servants are closer to the government throughout their career. A judge for the entire career are away from the government. As you rightly mentioned, separation between executive and judiciary, fusion, togetherness, closeness between other public servants and the government. So fundamentally there are different categories of public servants. Hence, the Constitution of India provides for various modalities, mechanisms, approaches for the appointment, transfer, removal, etc. of the judges, especially of the judges of higher judiciary. Civil servants are holding office as per the pleasure of the president. Here, judges are provided security of tenure. Appointments are entirely different. In the collegium system, it's entirely different approach, appointment system. Constitution itself says that as far judges are concerned, I am talking about High Court and Supreme Court judges, a High Court judge after retirement cannot practice within their High Court, within that High Court. A Supreme Court judge is barred from practicing in any High Court or even the Supreme Court. So it is held that the way the Constitution treats other public servants and judges are entirely different. If it is entirely different, the judges should also continue this difference even after their retirement. Once a judge, always a judge. The separation between executive and judiciary should not be limited to the working life of the judge. It should continue even after retirement. Because I am quoting the late Arun Jaitley. Arun Jaitley, when he was leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, spoke like this: post-retirement jobs for judges influence pre-retirement judgments of judges. So, if post-retirement jobs are provided, then it is very much likely that pre-retirement judgments, decisions are influenced. It is human nature. Irrespective of the standards you set, irrespective of the integrity of the individual, irrespective of checks and balances, this is human nature that we might get influenced. And not only that, in the current context, this is very much evident, prevalent, manifested. The then Chief Justice of India, Ranjan Gogoi, within few months of retirement, has been nominated as the member of Rajya Sabha. It is said that justice should not only be done, but seen to have been done. Right? So even if a judge is not appointed by virtue of providing judgments which is favorable to the government, the immediate post-retirement appointment of a judge provides reason for the people to cast aspersions on the justice system. Rule of law, respect to judiciary depends upon the trust of individuals and people like you and me. Perception is more important than reality. And when such things happen, the perception impacts. And because perception changes and our actions will change, rule of law will break down. There are many public servants, especially those retiring in the senior level positions, the secretaries. Immediately they are appointed as advisors, members of tribunals, commissions. So there are multiple avenues which are created under the constitution as well as by statutes or through executive order for post-retirement appointment of public servant. If you see, I am giving you an example. National Human Rights Commission Act, Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993. What does it say? The chairman of the commission has to be a Supreme Court judge or a Chief Justice or a Supreme Court judge. So nobody else can be. So a judge has to be there. Not a lawyer, not any individual who is having human rights experience. So the law itself provides that position should be occupied by who? A judge. Tribunals, a very good example. Tribunals have technical members and judicial members. And judicial members in general are what? Who? Retired judges. Technical members are the bureaucracy, civil service. Many commissions, SEBI, for instance, Competition Commission of India. Competition Commission of India headed by a retired judge. National Company Law Tribunal. If you see the entire system of independent regulatory bodies, independent regulatory body, tribunals, various commissions, various fourth branch institutions, you will find that the law itself provides that these positions should be manned by retired judges, or for that matter, retired civil servants, or who have experience in public administration, finance, for that matter, etc., etc. Now the question is, why the parliament, for that matter, has created such law which provide incentive to these public servants to act in favor of the government while they were in service. Okay. Is there any benefit? Okay, let me rephrase this question. Should there be opportunities given for the retired public servants to have government employment? Should there be post-retirement employment opportunities for the public servants? Should there be or should not be? There should be.
But in a restricted manner.
Okay, the fundamental agreement is this. There should be. Why there should be?
Because we can use their experience.
Absolutely, yes. We can use their experience, we can use their expertise, their knowledge, their professionalism, the technical knowledge. Isn't it? And why do you think the various commissions, committees, or let's say tribunals, the laws have been provided that judges should be there? For instance, I am giving an example, Lokpal. In Lokpal, it is said that it has to be a retired judge of the Supreme Court. Why do you think that some specific institutions, the laws established in them, have provided that these posts should be manned by, held by judges, retired judges? Because it is held that throughout their working life, judges were aloof from the government, apart from the government, separate from the government, independent from the government. So this independence will also be upheld by virtue of a judge. Lokpal, prevention of corruption against the government, political as well as administration. So throughout the career, the judge is apart from the government. For this apartness, separateness, by virtue of independent autonomy has been enjoyed by the judge, will be displayed by the judge after getting appointed to that. It gives a sense of independence, autonomy, trust and confidence on the institution. That is the reason National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, human right, the violator of human rights of Indians are generally the state, the government and the administration. So a judge who have developed that mind of applying the law, holding the government accountable, preventing atrocities and punishing them, providing justice to individuals, will also do the same thing once the individual occupies such exalted positions. That is the idea. But the question is, how they should be appointed. It is true that appointment of a judge, for that matter, provides a semblance of independence, a trust, a sense of separation from the executive and the judicial system. You know, tribunals are also what? Independent. The Supreme Court has said that tribunals should have the same independence as that of High Court. Tribunals are manned by judges because tribunals, in general, it is individual come before tribunal against the state. State means the government. So judges manning the tribunal will be able to deliver justice along with technical members in an even-handed manner. So we all agree that by virtue of the competence, independence, their expertise, specialized knowledge, long time associated with the administration, I'm talking about civil servant. The civil servants and other public servants, including judges, can be appointed, can be given the post-retirement positions in the government. But what are the problems here? By giving post-retirement opportunities, employment opportunities for the public servants, what possible problems can be there?
Political patronage.
Political patronage, which means the post-retirement job opportunities are given only to those individuals, only to those public servants who during their work life, career, favored the government. This political patronage has various other implications. It leads to politicization of the bureaucracy, that administration, and also the judiciary. The word politicization means that an administrator or a judge favoring one political party or ideology. Neutrality is the hallmark of who? Neutrality is the hallmark of civil service. Neutrality and anonymity. Neutrality means political neutrality. A civil servant, let's say a secretary, who knows that I am superannuating in the next 2 years or 1 year, and I know that there are opportunities for post-retirement jobs, it is very much possible that an individual will take decisions which the political executive wants. The job of a secretary as higher senior civil servants is to provide free and frank advice to the executive based upon facts and knowledge and their expertise, not on ideology. But the individual will develop the idea of a yes minister approach. He or she will provide that advice which the minister wants to hear. Let's say there are many secretaries in a department. Everybody is from the same batch. And everybody is on the verge of retirement. And there are very less post-retirement jobs. Competition among them. Competition. One trying to undermine the other. One trying to create problems for the other. The entire work culture of the department will be undermined. It will impact administrative efficiency. The fundamental feature of bureaucracy is anonymity, neutrality. It will become politicized. This post-retirement job is not only about government. You after retirement, you can either go to the private or go to the government. We are discussing this in the context of government job. Now, let us go to the judges. There are many appointments, opportunities available for judges, for High Court judges and the Supreme Court judges after their retirement. As I mentioned, the NHRC, Lokpal, tribunals, and the government itself is creating new institutions. What is that institution? New Delhi International Arbitration Center. A new International Arbitration Center has been set up in New Delhi. One retired judge has been appointed as the chairman of that. The judge has recently retired. Justice Hemant Gupta. Justice Hemant Gupta retired recently, I think within few months, maybe 2 or 3 months. He has been appointed as chairman of this New Delhi International Arbitration Center. Arbitration for 5 years. Justice Arun Mishra was the judge of Supreme Court. Within few months, he has been appointed as who? Chairman of National Human Rights Commission. The then Supreme Court judge, Justice Anjana Desai, or not Anjana Desai, Ranjana Desai, if I am not wrong. She has been made the chairman of Delimitation Commission in Jammu Kashmir. After the job is over, she has been appointed chairman of Press Council of India. Chairperson of Press Council of India. Justice Hemant Gupta is the one who has given the judgment in the hijab controversy in the Supreme Court. 2-judge bench. One judge said hijab should be banned. Supported the government. Other judge said no. The one who said hijab should be there has been appointed as chairman of the Arbitration Council. The one who is accused of providing pro-government judgments in the Supreme Court while he was judge has been appointed as who? Chairman of the Human Rights Commission.
But Justice Abdul Nazir in Triple Talaq was in the minority.
True.
He opposed Triple Talaq.
True.
But still he...
No, I'm not. That is only an exception. I can give you 100 names if you want. Sealed cover jurisprudence. Rafale. Ayodhya. Ranjan Gogoi. Justice Ranjan Gogoi has been nominated. Ranjan Gogoi defended his appointment, saying that I want to bridge the gap between judiciary and executive. And I want to raise the concerns of judiciary in the legislature. Fine enough. Very good. To date, he has not even asked a single question in the floor of the House. When a journalist asked him, why are you not attending the deliberation or discussion meetings of the Rajya Sabha, he said, I'll attend when I feel like. If you see the attendance of that individual in the Rajya Sabha, you will see that very less. Evidence is there for you. Another judge, Justice Ashok Bhushan, who was also given judgment in the Ayodhya case, has been appointed as what? I think this chairman of one... NCLAT. Yes, very good. Chairman. I am not trying to tell you that these judges were appointed just because of their judgment. That is not something I am telling you. But there can be a direct link with that. It can be. And it is a discussion or debate which is going on. And it can create a sense of perception in the mind of people that there is a quid pro quo, a give and take. So if it is a give and take, then the fundamental role, a duty, responsibility of a judge, which is provided in the Constitution, is not being observed by that judge. Whether there is a quid pro quo or not is not what we are discussing. We are saying such examples, such illustration, such developments undermine the confidence of the normal human being on the justice delivery system. And it's a very big issue. Because everything is done as per perception. The way we are able to dissect, discuss these issues, the same way cannot be done by a common individual. Because the common individual might be driven by emotions, perception. And he or she will try to develop a direct link. And this is happening in the context of a larger executive judiciary friction. And if you see the judges who were appointed as governors, as chairmen, as members, etc., etc., most of the judges are, if you see the judgments of them, you will find that they were pro-state. Justice Madan B. Lokur, you will never see him being appointed as chairman of some body or something. When the Supreme Court, during the high era of pollution in Delhi, decided that we will set up a commission under the chairmanship of Justice Madan B. Lokur, Government of India expressed their reservation that it did not agree with that, because this Justice Lokur has been a stringent critic of the government. And whatever judgment he has provided is as per the Constitution, not by any ideology. Even after his post-retirement life, if you see, he has been talking about separation, fundamental rights, human rights, democracy, accountability, etc. So it is said that all those judges who have taken a pro-government stand are being rehabilitated. We are not saying this rehabilitation is based on quid pro quo or there is a give and take. We are not saying that. But this development create a doubt in the mind of people. And that doubt is very serious. It can lead to breakdown of the entire law enforcement machinery. Even individuals have been put in behind bar. Even individuals have been there as under trials. Even if they still say, we have trust in judiciary. We believe the judicial process. This sentiment, this trust will break down. Because they know from top to bottom everybody is inclined to this ideology or that ideology. So there is no justice which is available in the justice system. They will be a law unto themselves. They will take law in their hand. Kanun haath mein lenge. You know, that's Kanun. This will happen. The entire rule of law will break down. This should not happen. We are saying that judges can be appointed. There are multiple positions. Their expertise is required. Their objectivity is required. Their experience is required. Their independence is also required. But immediate appointment, the word is immediate. Immediate appointment of retired judges in positions under the government is not something which is a healthy practice, not a healthy practice at all. Within 40 days, you are appointing an individual as a governor. Within a few months, you are nominating an individual as Chief Justice, as a member of Rajya Sabha. Immediate appointment of retired judges, and for that matter, retired other public servants too, is not a healthy practice. I am going to give you another example of armed forces. What is the job of an armed force officer? Let's say the Army chief, the Navy chief, or the Air Force chief, or for that matter the CDS, Chief of Defense Staff. What is their job, role? What is that expected?
External protection.
External protection as per the directives of
President.
I will ask you another question. What will happen if there is politicization of the armed forces?
Military rule,
Military rule is an eventuality, and after that, and
basic essence of democracy
Compromise
is
of merit.
more relevance of civil control over military.
okay. Anything else?
So compromise of merit.
Compromise of merit will happen.
Even compromise national security.
Absolutely, yes, fantastic. Again,
So military rule means
military taking over, it's an eventuality at the point last. But when I mean politicization, it means that instead of acting as a professional soldier, which means providing advice based upon actual facts and taking action on the basis of that, that individual will provide such an advice to the executive which will help that executive to further their political agenda. The way a civil servant provides advice, free and fair, frank advice, independent advice, an armed forces officer is supposed to provide that. In 1971, when Indira Gandhi asked General, now Field Marshal Manekshaw, हाँ बोलो.
सर एक मालिक शॉप का नाम पता है
Sorry?
कुछ नहीं सर you can proceed sir.
Okay. So, Manekshaw was asked by Indira Gandhi that are we ready to enter into the war? In fact, she said that we want that the army should move into the eastern Pakistan immediately. Manekshaw said we are not ready. Our operational readiness is not that we are not operationally ready. It will take time. We cannot do immediately. That is what I mean frank and free advice without any retribution. It took almost 6 months for him to move their forces to here, there, etc. Then the army entered into the war. That is what I am trying to say. Professional soldier. If the individual feels that, okay, if I want extension, I want post-retirement job, etc., I want to be appointed as a governor or ambassador or etc., then generally what happens is that individual provide, yes, we can do that. That is not the job of that individual. Armed forces works on only one ideology. That is service before self. That is it. No ideology, whether it is political, religion or region, language, color, does not matter. Unity is the essence of armed forces. Politicization will divide the armed forces on the basis of political ideology. When Chief of Defense Staff, this individual, unfortunately who died, Bipin Rawat, after his appointment, the way he reacted, he acted, he conducted himself. Many retired senior officers of the armed forces, they said this is not the way a true professional soldier should act. He was acting in furtherance of the political objective of the government. He was seen accompanying various ministers, going with them, attending political meets. Political meet in the sense that inauguration of flyover, etc., etc. His statement, if you read in the newspaper, politicization. Politicization will undermine the operational efficiency of the armed forces. It will undermine the national security of this country. It will divide the armed forces. Armed forces function on the basis of unity, spirit de corps, fraternity. Because the entire individual, the whole unit are one. For them there is no Hindi wala or North wala, South wala, no, nothing like that. So unity is the essence. But as of today, what is happening? General Bipin Rawat set the tone. Not only that, even before him, General V.K. Singh. It is said that General V.K. Singh, before his retirement, generated this controversy with respect to his age. He went to court. Later he was given ticket by the BJP. Immediately, an MP made a minister. In 2019 also, gave a ticket, now a minister. So path was given by him. And people followed. Governors, if you see, few armed force officers are also be appointed as governors. But I am not sure whether it is an immediate appointment. There are not only opportunities for armed force officers in governorship. Many armed force officers, especially senior ones, were appointed as ambassadors, diplomats. Not only that, there is National Security Advisory Board. There are multiple institutions for which these individuals have been appointed as advisors. Professionalism of the armed forces will suffer. Similarly, professionalism, objectivity of the civil service will suffer. Judges, independence of judiciary will be a thing of the past. Fundamental rights of individual will be a thing of the past. Entire system, the separation, checks and balances will break down. For what? For advancing the political interest of some individuals. This cannot be done. Within the administration as such, it will create divisions. Senior and junior problem. Work culture will be vitiated. Efficiency will be undermined. There will be conflict of interest. Instead of providing an advice which is required as per law or which is in larger public interest, that individual provided advice which will further the political objective, which essentially undermine the public interest.
So what is the senior-junior problem, sir?
Senior-junior problem. Secretary. There is an additional secretary. Right? So, this is senior, this is junior. Both of them are on the verge of retirement. Both of them require what? Political patronage, post-retirement jobs. But hypothetically speaking, there are only one opportunity available, depending upon their qualification, experience. So one will try to undercut the other. This individual will go to the minister saying that ये जो है ठीक से काम नहीं कर रहा है.
It could be said in the case of Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan, appointed CDS.
It can happen. Yes, this is a very good example. CDS. I am giving an example here. Because as far as CDS is concerned, earlier general rank officers were appointed in general. General rank. Now the government did what? Government expanded the talent pool. Even those individuals having lieutenant general rank can also be appointed. So a general is only one. Lieutenant generals are many. And it is not necessary that lieutenant general will be appointed as general. 60 साल होने वाला है, रिटायर होने वाला है, क्या करेगा? Will go to the minister and try to have a friendly relation, favorable relation with the minister. Try to cut, what is that word? Curry favor. क्या है? No, there is a phrase. Anyway, leave it. Simply, every individual who's on the verge of retirement will try to have a favorable relation with the minister or the decision-making authority.
But still, even if the CDS is a 4-star authority, because he is, by virtue of being a CDS, can command a 5-star head of the Navy.
No, Navy, Air Force, Army, everyone is 4-star. सबके पास 4-star है. CDS also 4-star.
But they can be 5-star. No?
Anybody can be 5-star also.
5-star is only for field marshal level officers. Or what is that? There is similar rank in the Air Force. The head, the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief are 4-star officers. The CDS is also 4-star officer. Right? This Lieutenant General is 3-star officer. Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan, 3-star, retired, appointed CDS, became 4-star.
Okay.
There are multiple Lieutenant General in the armed forces. Equivalent individuals in the Navy and Air Force. In the Navy it is the Vice Admiral. In the Air Force it is the Air Vice Marshal. Multiple. There is only one CDS. What will happen? If Government of India says election is coming, we want to what? Create a narrative. We want to attack Pakistan. The Air Force commander in the western side of India, if you want the verge of retirement, the government says, do this. Even if there is no requirement or there is no reason, even if the Air Force is not ready, he might issue an order. It has happened. Although I am not sure about whether it is true or not, but people say it has happened. But this is a possibility. When there is possibility, then there is a chance of reality.
But they can opt from the advice. No, they can't go against the government, like they can't go against their orders.
If they do not want to oppose, they know this is incorrect, but they are not saying it. It's a different matter. You say this is incorrect, still you are doing it because of the political direction. That's a different thing altogether. You are not saying it is incorrect, first of all. That is not accepted. Why you are not saying, you know this is incorrect? Because if you say incorrect, then your post-retirement opportunities or for promotions will be impacted. But ultimately you have to do it. Otherwise government can sack you. It's true. It has happened. But that does not mean you should not do right. Ultimately you are answerable to the constitution. You trust the justice system. That if you are unceremoniously, without any reason, you are being victimized. Trust the system. You will be reinstated. You will be given justice. But you are not doing it. There are multiple problems. The multiple problem is the immediate post-retirement appointment. There cannot be any immediate post-retirement appointment for any public servant. There cannot be any immediate post-retirement appointment for public servant. As you know, in commercial employment, which means private sector, officers of the government, other than judges, if they are group A officers, or let's say senior officers, there is a cooling off period for them. 1 year cooling off period is there before they take up any commercial employment. 1 year. But even within this 1 year, government can permit them. I am a secretary. I retired from Ministry of Finance. I got an opportunity to be the member of board of director of what? Of No, I am Minister of Finance now. Minister of Finance, let's say, finance. ICICI Bank. Example, one member of the board of director of ICICI Bank. Now, my cooling off period is not over. But if I request the government can provide me the option. I mean, the permission to apply for it. But the problem is that, do you think that this opportunity for this secretary to be part of this ICICI Bank, for that matter, any private institution, came only after he retired? मुझे पता है कि I have only 1 year to left or 2 years to left for service. So I will be devising the retirement plans within the service. So he will be exploring options. So the post-retirement employment opportunities will be explored by the individual while in service. And being the Secretary of Ministry of Finance, or let's say, I won't say Ministry of Finance, let's say the Department of Financial Services in Ministry of Finance. Department of Financial Services is department under which the banks, everything comes. So I am getting opportunity from this. So I am the one who's supposed to regulate, frame rules, control the banking system. Now I am getting opportunity from this bank. So what will be the nature of regulation I try to frame? What will be the nature of advice I will give to the minister? It is very much possible that my independence, autonomy, professionalism will be impacted because of the opportunity for post-retirement employment. That is the reason, in order to avoid that conflict of interest, 1 year is given. But this 1 year is very less. In 2017, it was 2 years. Till 2017, cooling off period for private employment, as far as the civil servants are concerned, it was 2 years. But the rules were amended to make it 1 year. Not justifiable at all. Minimum 2 years have to be there. Now the question is, there is cooling off period for private employment. There is no cooling off period for public employment. So there should be cooling off period for public employment also. Because the danger of post-retirement employment under public sector is very serious. If you see, I will give you an example of Odisha. There is an article in one newspaper. This post-retirement appointment of officers are very rampant in Odisha. One DGP was DGP level officer retired. Within hours, the individual has appointed again as DG of Narcotics Control Bureau, something like that. Within hours. And this is very rampant in the state of Odisha. And this is not something limited to Odisha. You will find such things in various other states. One DGP of Kerala retired. Within months, he has been appointed as the chairman of the Cochin International Airport Limited. Many officers who retire, they will be appointed as State Human Rights Commission chairman, members, Finance Commission, etc. Immediately. As far as public employment is concerned, there is no cooling off period. As far as judges are concerned, there are some restrictions in the constitution saying that Supreme Court judges cannot practice. It is not public employment as such, it is private practice. So as far as public employment is concerned, there is no cooling off period. For private employment there is, but that is also being violated, reduced, very less. This post-retirement employment or post-retirement appointment or post-retirement career options of public servants are not only limited to private sector, public sector, but also politics. Senior civil servants take retirement immediately, they join a political party. The incumbent president of BJP in Tamil Nadu, Annamalai, IPS officer of Karnataka cadre, resigned, immediately joined BJP. Later he was made the president of Tamil Nadu BJP, Annamalai. Aparajita Sarangi, senior IAS officer of Odisha, retired, immediately, not retired, resigned immediately, part of BJP, made, got a seat, I think. Now she is an MP.
Amar Patnaik is also BJP MP.
Amar Patnaik.
Was an IAS officer.
The just concluded UP election, assembly election. Multiple individuals have taken voluntary retirement. They were given ticket and they became MLAs. The then DGP of Bihar, Mr. Pandey, he took voluntary retirement and was expecting a ticket from JDU. But JDU did not give him a ticket. But it happened.
Even in Punjab, there was an IPS from South India.
Huh.
He has also retired and contested from BJP in Amritsar constituency.
Okay.
So even then, Prashant Bhushan also is going to join a party. He works for parties all over the country.
Prashant Bhushan.
Prashant Kishore, sorry.
Prashant Kishore.
Prashant Kishore, political strategist. He works for this party and he wants to join some RJD or some other party.
But he has moved to party now.
But he is not a civil servant, na?
But everywhere, I mean to say, he's somebody who is working with the opposition this time. Tomorrow he will work with the other government. So he has no loyalty to anyone. And he will join some other party if they give him ticket. So it's a battle of perception everywhere, wherever you go.
But that's more like he is
No.
Like,
We know that this Prashant Kishore is a private individual, right?
so even private individuals are also not free of perception. Leave judges, civil servants, everyone.
The standard of a private servant and a public servant entirely different.
Conflict of interest.
Article 33 of the Constitution, if you read, this is dealing with armed forces actually. And if you read Article 309 and 310, the conduct of the public servants, civil servants can be restricted by rules and laws. An individual citizen, a private citizen is different from a public citizen. Prashant Kishore is a private citizen. He is not a part of government. So the scrutiny of his actions are on a different yardstick. The standards, the demands, the yardstick to measure the conduct of a public servant is very high. The public servant retires today and resigns today and tomorrow joins a political party, it implies motive on that individual's actions. Because the decision to join a political party is not taken overnight. This has been going on in his mind or her mind for a long time. So I know that I have a political future there, so whatever action decision I take will be influenced by that.
But then what's in question is the integrity of an individual. Why is an individual?
We cannot trust the integrity of individuals. That is why we have rules and laws. We cannot completely depend upon the integrity of the individual. Integrity cannot be legislated.
So that means for public employment there should be cooling off period of 2 years.
Absolutely.
So that no one can join at any.
There should be at least 2 years cooling off period for public employment. In order to answer your question, integrity, ethics, moralism, these things are what? Not legal as such. We cannot legislate, make a rule for practicing integrity. We cannot trust the individual. That is why we have laws, which provide a framework, stability. Humans have emotions, preferences, values. If these emotions, preferences and values try to influence our action or decisions, then there will be chaos.
Then there are also civil servants like Mr. Shah Faisal, IAS, who has resigned in the aftermath. Somebody wants to join with they want to align with the government. Somebody doesn't want to align with the government. Are they not equally given weightage?
Political neutrality has to be practiced by every individual while you are in service. That is the basic thing. An administration is supposed to act as per the decisions of the political executive, because people are supreme in the democracy. People representatives take action decision as per the interest of people. So administration has to implement them. Now the question is, there might be situations where the administrator's individual preferences might come against the decision of the government. There might be a situation when the decision of the government might be against the established, settled norms of the constitution. The most important available mechanism for the individual officer is this. He or she should write down the reservation, the concerns, in piece of paper, which means the file note. It is known as file noting. The file noting has to be written. This is my advice, this is my concern, these are problems I suggest. But still the individual is overruled by the senior or the minister. The individual, that me, has to implement with heart and soul. This is a thumb rule. But this may not work everywhere. There might be a situation, the conscience of that individual officer does not allow that individual officer to implement something which he or she feels that or believes that patently illegal or unconstitutional. In that, if that situation comes, in order to avoid that dilemma, the individual has the option to resign from the service or asking for transfer, something like that. It's a different thing that resignation is because of the crisis of conscience, and it's a different thing the individual resigns just to join a political party. Kannan Gopinath did not join a political party. Shah Faisal created a political party, not a joined political party. Right? So creation of political party, resigning, the code of conduct does not prohibit it. Code of conduct says political neutrality within service. When you resign, accepted by the government, you are a private citizen. It is true that the pension, you are provided pension by the government. Still, you have some restrictions. But the restrictions upon you while you are in service are not the same while you are out of service. One of the major problems of this post-retirement appointment of the civil servant is also this. In service, conduct rules are applicable. Retired, no conduct rule. So all those anonymity, neutrality restrictions are not applicable to retired civil service officers. I am retired. I am appointed as an advisor to PMO or advisor to Chief Minister. For me, conduct rules are not applicable. I am not under 310. I am a different category. So the restrictions applicable, or the rules, regulations applicable to the in-service officers are not the same. I have more freedom, which I can misuse it. There are multiple issues.
Also, with civil servants joining political parties, they say to better serve the people. Like if you are an engineer and becoming civil servant, the interview board asks you, why do you want to become a civil servant? Because I want to better serve people, grassroots problems. In the same way, the civil servant with his position says, I want to better solve the problems and I am joining the political party. So, all these situations of conflict of interest.
We are not saying that the individual should not resign, should not join political party. Political rights are available to individuals, whether public servant or private servant. But when you are in service, your political rights are restricted, which are required for political neutrality. There is no legal bar of a civil servant resigning and joining a political party immediately. No legal bar. But it is unethical. Because immediate joining creates this perception tendency that there is give and take. And it will lead to politicization of bureaucracy. If you want to serve politics, if you want to serve people as ML or MP, you become an independent contestant. Why do you want to join a political party which is established? And serving people does not mean serving by getting elected. Be a grassroots level worker of the party. Serve the people. Do you think that only MLA MPs serve the people? An ordinary worker of the political party can also serve in a much better way, I would say.
That is serving without power.
So the question is power, not service.
Power is a means to an end.
Then,
It's not
no. The point is that if you want to serve the people, you can serve without power also. Mahatma Gandhi did not have any power in the sentence of authority. There are many individuals in this country who are serving people, whether the politics, civil society, NGOs, human rights, etc., etc.
But Arvind Kejriwal sidelined Anna Hazare and took the
That's
movement to a different. So there are all give and take.
No, Arvind Kejriwal resigned from the IRS for a long time back. After that, he has been in this, public service. Public service in the sense that serving people. He was a part of civil society. So there is no conflict of interest in that sense. You resign, fine, it's okay. The government provides that opportunity to resign. But what is the objective of your resignation? What message that resignation sends it? That resignation, whether the resignation is opportunism or a matter of principle. That's the question. Fairness is required. Fairness demands that there should be a cooling off period for individuals, public servants. Public employment, private employment, or politics. But as of today, the only setup or only limitation is private employment, that too to a category of individuals, 1 year, which can also be exempted by the government of the day. As far as judges are concerned, the first law commission of this country in the 1950s said that there should be no post-retirement appointment of judges under the government. Post-retirement jobs for judges can influence their opinion, the decision-making authority, decision-making power, which will undermine the independence of judiciary. The current developments, especially within few years, reinforces this perception that the judiciary is more becoming executive oriented. There are many cases which are pending in the judiciary, especially those cases which are politically sensitive, which are not being heard. And many judgments given by the court, according to scholars and very senior jurists, they say that these are not as per the precedents, not as per settled legal principles. And in this backdrop, when you appoint individuals immediately after the retirement, it adds what? Fuel to the fire.
Sir, in case if someone is tweeting, I will, and he is in service presently and he is at the IG rank, and he has written, I am going to contest the election from BJP in this constituency, how much that will impact? That is an IPS officer.
That is against the code of conduct, simple as that, because it reflects the political inclination, ideological affinity of that individual. Political neutrality has to be practiced by the public servant.
Sir,
No.
but there is no action on him from any side.
No, the question is who will take action? If the government in that state, if that individual IG had been working in Kerala, action would have been taken against him. In fact, no IAS officer, no police officer in Kerala would have had the courage to write like that.
It is the case of Jammu and Kashmir, Basant Rath and
Ah. The problem is this: depending upon the political culture of that state, depending upon the party in power, depending upon the role of civil society, media, the fundamental question boils down to this: whether the public servant sees himself or herself as servant or master. There are many states in the country, public servants are masters of people. There are very few states in this country where public servants are servants of people. You pray for yourself that you get posted in such states. Which states? Where you are masters, not servants. All these issues which you are seeing here, appointment, retirement, resignation, political party, you will see it UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, the entire North Belt, mostly. One exemption is our dear Annamalai. But this is not a healthy trend, absolutely not. But that does not mean that how it is unethical. Abhishek Kumar is asking unethical. What is unethical? Because there is no law. There is no law which prohibits it, that you cannot resign and join a political party. It is immoral. Because when you apply the standards of morality or ethics, it seems that it is not right. Because that undermines the very existence of civil service. It creates an impression that the individual has been acting on the behalf of this political party. Unethical simply means not illegal, but unethical, immoral. If you apply a sense of rightness or wrongness, you will find that this is not correct. But unethical, lack of ethicality cannot be punished. Right? That is the difference between ethics and law. But anyway, let us conclude this discussion on this post-retirement jobs. The expertise, knowledge, capacity, experience, etc., of the public servants need to be harnessed and utilized even after their retirement. We cannot let that expertise to go waste, whether it is judges or other public servants. But the problem happens when there is immediate post-retirement appointment. It sends a message that it is a rehabilitation for those individuals who have been pro-government. This is not acceptable. This needs to be addressed. There are multiple suggestions how to address this. One easy, very much acceptable suggestion is cooling off period, at least 2 years. But there are multiple other suggestions also. One is that why can't we reduce the number of post-retirement opportunities for individuals? Why can't we allow the serving individuals to serve them? We need to reduce the number of post-retirement opportunities.
Then this politics will start doing service only because they will be favoring government and so that they can.
No, it can happen. But the point is that the standard that apply to individuals within service are very high. A judge, there are many institutions which provide that a judge of Supreme Court an individual or a person who is or has been a judge, that is provided. If you see NHRC, if you see Lokpal, if you see many tribunals, it is or has been. It has also happened that many serving Supreme Court judges have been appointed into various positions. So is or has been. Has been means past, retired, is. The security of tenure, the independence, the scrutiny, the accountability factor of serving individuals are very high. If a judge who has been appointed, let's say, as chairman of the, hypothetically speaking, one tribunal, let's say NGT, he's serving, which means he's a judge. So he cannot take such action which are pro-government. Because he has to go back again to the Supreme Court.
But isn't it a sort of demotion like appointing the SCs as a...
No, I am saying that we can also, there are multiple positions in which we can appoint the Not only judges, but sitting civil servants also, technical members. It's true, there will be conflict of interest. That's true. That many tribunals and many independent regulatory bodies are supposed to be separate from the executive. But there are multiple large number of institutions, agencies, where we don't require post-retirement individuals. But not only that, why are we restricting the post-retirement opportunities for judges and civil servants? Why do you want a judge as the chairman of NHRC? Why can't we have an individual who has been a pioneer or a fighter or a promoter of human rights? There are civil society organizations, individuals who are working in this RTI, retired secretary, cabinet secretary, not cabinet secretary, chief secretary, police officers, etc. are being appointed. Why? You should appoint those individuals who are being working in this RTI or the lawyers, etc. The point I am making is reduce the scope for post-retirement opportunities. Make statutory changes in this law saying that this position will be manned by individuals who are expertise in this. Why do you also provide for a scope for private individuals? For, let's say, Competition Commission of India, CCI. Why do you want a judge there? You appoint a lawyer who has been working in this competition field, corporate lawyer or CA or the company secretary type individuals. Specialized practice lateral entry in post-retirement appointment also. Lateral entry in the sense that you are including individuals in service within the bureaucracy from director and above. You practice lateral entry in post-retirement employment. So statute,
Wouldn't it be dilution of public service ethics or the public service values if you are appointing the private person?
How?
Sir, they are already working in the corporate field only, sir. Means this public service requires sir, values like compassion, empathy. And sir, we cannot expect these values from working in the corporate.
Then if it is so, the entire lateral entry system of the government of India is questioned. But if it is so, the entire lateral entry system of the government of India was questioned. Not only that, there are many individuals working in the government apart from this lateral entry. Earlier, Chief Economic Advisor, Niti Ayog, Chairman, Vice Chairman, not Chairman, Vice Chairman, RBI Governor have been appointed.
Work culture of private sector is much more better than.
No, point is about public service ethics. No, it is not necessary. And it is not necessary that individual who is from public sector, a public servant, will have much better public service ethics than a private individual. Public service ethics is not the same as public service. Public service does not mean that the public servants will have public service ethics. If that is the case, India will not be performing very low in the corruption perception index. Not only that, this human right, democracy, etc., hunger. If public service is the motive of the public servants, then India will be like a developed country, Scandinavian country. There won't be such wealth concentration, breakdown of law and order, poor governance. We can select those individuals through a proper mechanism to test their public service motive, to test their credentials. Appointment of private individual does not mean that appointing based on political consideration. UPSC is conducting the interview of lateral entrance, not the government or DOPT. Similarly, when you are appointing this individual into these positions, there should be a credible independent mechanism. Preferably UPSC can be entrusted. Even if you are appointing retired public servants, it should not be left to the government per se. Even if you are appointing the judges in tribunals, etc., an independent mechanism has to be there. A National Tribunal Commission, for that matter, something the government, the Supreme Court has ordered but has not been set up. Lateral entry is very much required. But the appointment process of lateral entrants are important. Similarly, the appointment process of the public servants are also important. A credible independent mechanism has to be there. UPSC can be interested. The then Court Secretary, Anil Swarup, said that UPSC can be interested with appointment process of the post-retirement, the appointment process of the retirees.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, but the requirements of different posts, like even in the RBI, SEBI, all these have different requirements. Means these fields are expertise in their own. These fields require expertise in their own. So wouldn't interesting it to a organization like UPSC, wouldn't it create problems? Means it has to increase its expertise from this level.
There are many positions which require a general understanding of public administration. Do you think that a joint secretary from private sector appointed in the Ministry of Commerce dealing with, let's say, free trade agreement, commercial law, etc., when the UPSC conducts the interview, do you think that only the members of UPSC will be there? Only the chairman or the members conduct the interview? No. Multiple experts are being called. Even when you go to the interview board, it is not only the members. One member will be the chairman of the board, but you also find various other individuals who are experts. The point I am trying to make that UPSC can have the help of, assistance of other experts. If the interview is with respect to this individual, so an expert having the knowledge of, or a couple of experts having the knowledge of the entire area can be called and they can conduct the interview.
Okay, sir. Okay, I got it.
The point is that we should have an independent mechanism, whether it is UPSC, whether it is that is etc. An IAS officer is known as a generalist. He has been appointed as the chairman of SEBI. RBI is a banking system, entirely specialized function. How are you appointing a generalist? Anyway, so there are multiple ways through which the issue can be addressed. But as far as judges are concerned, these standards are very less. There should be stringent standards for the post-retirement appointment of judges are concerned. Because the role and duties of judges are entirely different from the administration. The way we deal with judges post-retirement appointment and the way we deal with the post-retirement appointments of the civil servants should be entirely different. It is said that there should be a constitutional amendment dealing with judges post-retirement appointment. As you know, the CAG and Chief Election Commissioner, post-retirement employment under the government are prohibited. Similar amendment has to be there in Article 124 or relevant constitutional article, which prohibit, subject to conditions, that which restrict the opportunities for post-retirement employment. Arun Jaitley also said that we should provide 100% pension to the judges, which means as of today individual get 50% of pension. So salary, let's say on the retirement 3 lakh is the salary, you will getting 1.5 lakh, which will not be enough for the judge to carry out a dignified, reasonable, standard life. So we can provide them the full pension, full salary as pension. For that the post-retirement tendencies, job tendencies may not be there. Or it is also said that we can increase the, tenure not tenure, retirement ages of judges. But it can postpone the problem. Postpone. In USA, judges are there for lifetime. No retirement. Especially the Supreme Court judges. So you will find judges at the age of 80, 87, 90, etc. 70s, 80s, 90s. So once you are there for your lifetime. So there is no scope for post-retirement job. Separation of power is intact.
So this should be maintained over here also?
We should, yeah, definitely. But the problem is that as of today, I won't recommend it. You know the reason why. If judges whom we mentioned,
Corruption exists there.
That could be the case in US too, na, like they are directly appointed by the parties, they should be directly favoring the parties, and they do too.
even if in the USA they are appointed by the party or the president, it has to be accepted or confirmed by the Senate. But it does not mean that once a judge, because of his political ideology been appointed, will only take different to further their political ideology. No. It cannot happen that way. There is huge pressure on the judge.
There is always a fear factor now.
No. Patronage,
Civic culture is too much.
absolutely. Patronage does not mean that the individual will work only for that individual who's appointed that individual. No.
That could be said in the case of Justice Najir too, na. That could be said in the case of Justice Najir too, like he didn't always work for the political party.
The concept of judicial review came from USA. The individual was appointed. Isn't it? If you see the landmark judgments of the Supreme Court of USA, right? Even they were appointed by the party. It was against it. Especially during the 1930s, during the time of Great Depression, the judges, even though appointed by the Truman government party, they took the decision against them. Amendment to the Constitution, which prohibit this large-scale opportunities for judges for post-retirement appointment under the government needs to be done. We can extend the tenure or the retirement age of the judges, although it can postpone the problem. In UK, judges serve for 70 years, but there is no law which bar their post-retirement appointment. But till today, it is said that hardly any judge of the Supreme Court of UK have taken employment under the government after their retirement. After the retirement, hardly any Supreme Court judge of UK.
Sir, but judiciary came only in 2009, right, in UK?
So what?
But
Now,
they were separate.
2009 ना?
2009 मतलब अभी 10 साल ही हुए.
तो क्या हो गया? 10 साल हो गया ना?
अभी mature में हुआ ना सर UK judiciary.
There are high courts in UK. Let's deal with high courts. There are high courts in UK.
Judiciary to existed.
हाँ.
Supreme Court अलग है.
The point is that this culture of post-retirement appointment is not there in UK. Even there is no law which bars it. The point is very simple. Post-retirement appointment has to be there. But the manner of appointment, the timing of the appointment, the selection of the appointee are important. The standards for judges are very higher than an ordinary civil servant. Immediate post-retirement appointment of judges tend to create this impression that the judges are being rewarded. This perception has become increasingly serious in the context of the appointment of Justice Nazir or Justice Gogoi, Justice Bhushan, Justice Mishra, etc., etc. This cannot happen. We are not saying that the judges are being rewarded for their pro-state or pro-government decisions. No. But it sends out a message that government rewards those people who are pro-government. This has to be addressed. Because the entire edifice of our judicial system, independence of judiciary, rule of law, depends upon the independence of judiciary, the fairness of judicial system. One fact I will give you, there was a study of this Vidhi Center of Legal Policy. with the Center of Legal Policy. It's a non-profit institution with the Center. According to this study, around 70% of retired Supreme Court judges have taken post-retirement employment under government. Around 70% of the retired Supreme Court judges so far have taken post-retirement employment under the government, which means it's a very serious issue. Almost 3/4. So the magnitude of the problem is not small. It's a very huge thing. So we do not know whether it is immediate or not. It has happened in 2014 when Justice Sadashivam, the then Chief Justice of India, has been appointed as a governor. There is no constitutional bar, there is no legal bar, but there is immorality. After that, the trend started. Recently, within a couple of years, this trend has become very serious, prevalent. So, amendment to the Constitution, providing 100% pension, retirement age, independent mechanism, tribunals are concerned, let us appoint the lateral lender, etc., etc. There are multiple points you have, and whenever a question comes, you can answer them properly. Right? Next. Advance directive. Very easy. Advance directive is also known as living will. This issue is in the news because recently the Supreme Court has modified the conditions, requirement, procedures for carrying out advance directive, or also for executing passive euthanasia. There are two things here. This advance directive or living will is a legal document. A legal document. A legal document which deals with the medical treatment of individuals when they become incapacitated. So, a legal document which explains, which provides for the nature of treatment, whether I should have treatment or not, what should be done with me when I become completely incapacitated, which means I am terminally ill, I am not responding to treatment, there is no chance for recovery. So should I remain in that state when I know that nothing can be done? So when an individual reaches that state when there is no return, but only painful existence, without no hope for recovery, this advance directive or living will provide solution to meet that situation. For individual, when the individual is healthy, conscious, living happily, healthy, can decide what will be my medical treatment when I become terminally ill. Whether I can decide that I cannot recover from an illness, I should be allowed to die with dignity. I should not become a burden on others. I do not want to be dependent on others. So a living will provides opportunity for individual to decide this. What happened?
I didn't remove, sir. So temperature is fine, or should I raise it?
My temperature is very high because I am teaching. I do not know about others. It's fine? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So living will. I am living, I am writing a document saying that if this happens to me, this should be my treatment. Simple as that. For the purpose of a living will or an advance directive is to determine the nature of treatment when I become completely incapacitated, which means I am unconscious or terminally ill. It does not deal with what kind of treatment I should get. The fundamental objective of the advance directive is that I do not want any treatment. I want to die. So this is I would say this advance directive or living will is a document that provides for autonomy for an individual to decide when the individual will die. It's a license for an individual to die. It's a kind of suicide, I would say. Although the term suicide is different. Ultimately, this directive or living will is about what? Death of an individual. It's a kind of death warrant, I would say. That I become terminally ill. If something happens to me, permanently vegetative state, not responding to any treatment. So I do not want to have that kind of life. If that thing happens to me, then I should be allowed to undergo passive euthanasia. The term euthanasia indicates mercy killing. So, advance directive or living will provide for passive euthanasia in India. There are two types of euthanasia, active or passive. Active means, let's say, I am on deathbed. So, in active euthanasia, one lethal subject can be injected to me. So, I will die. This is active euthanasia. Some poison, some injection injected to me, I will die. Active euthanasia. Passive means withdrawing life support, stopping medicine. This is passive. As far as Indian context is concerned, passive euthanasia is legally available. Legally in the sense that by virtue of Supreme Court order. There is no law made by the legislature which allows living will or euthanasia. This right is available to individuals because of Supreme Court order. There is a history of this entire active advance directive, euthanasia, etc., etc. The history is this. Class is life. Yes, Anand Dhyani, class is life. Yes, okay. The history of this. And to understand the history, we also should understand some provision in the Indian Penal Code. Indian कुछ ज़्यादा ठहर रहा यार, है ना? उनको बोल दो थोड़ा कम कर दे. अच्छा, है यहाँ पे. As far as Indian Penal Code, suicide, attempt to commit suicide, as far as IPC, section 309, attempt to commit suicide is punishable. Section 309 of IPC, बंद कर दो थोड़ा सा अगर ज़्यादा, हाँ. Section 309 of IPC says attempt to commit suicide is punishable. Although this is not the question at this point in time, but I will explain. Section 306 of IPC says abetment to suicide. Abetment to suicide is also punishable. Abetment means what? Abetment means helping, assisting. Attempt to commit suicide punishable, which means I tried to commit suicide but I failed. Committing suicide is not punishable. Failure to commit suicide is punishable. Right? Suicide, you gave me a rope. ये लो और जाओ करो. Abetment also punishable. But In one case, Rathinam, in Rathinam case, Rathinam 1994. Here देखता हूँ Rathinam 1994. Yes. In Rathinam 1994, Supreme Court held that this section 309 is unconstitutional. ये क्या है? Unconstitutional. And strike it down. Why? Supreme Court said the fundamental right to freedom of speech under Article 19 of the Constitution involves the fundamental right to be silent. By an analogical explanation, there is right to live in Article 21. Right to life also includes right not to live. Supreme Court under Rathinam said that the individual has a right not to live, a fundamental right to not to live under Article 21. Hence this 309 was struck down. Which means even if you try to commit suicide, you fail, you cannot be penalized. But in another case after this, another case came, Gyankor case 1996. In this case, Supreme Court revisited this 309. In Gyankor case, Supreme Court said the judgment in this Rathinam is incorrect. So Gyankor case overruled Rathinam. Gyankor case Supreme Court said you don't have a fundamental right to die. The analogy is incorrect. But it has held that you have a fundamental right to die with dignity. It is true that right to life is right to live with dignity. True. It means that you have right to die with dignity. But you don't have fundamental right to die. No fundamental right to die, but right to die with dignity. Fine. After this, in Aruna Shanbag case, Aruna Shanbag, you know about Aruna Shanbag? She was a nurse in one of the hospitals in Mumbai. When she was 25 years of age, she was raped by one attendant or one employee of that hospital till I think in mid 90s. And after that she has been on ventilator, or I would not ventilator, she has been on permanent vegetative state, which means not responding, simply living, so only for existence. She has undergone a lot of pain. So she approached the Supreme Court saying that she wants to have euthanasia. Although the Supreme Court did not allow her prayer, but the Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia under this. Aruna Shanbag, I think, I am not sure about that, hence I am not going to explain this, but keep in mind, in Aruna Shanbag case 2011, Supreme Court allowed for passive euthanasia, which means removal of treatment, life support, etc., etc. And also laid down a lot of procedure dealing with living will, advance directive, etc. But this guidelines, this judgment of Supreme Court did not clarify a lot of aspects. Hence, in 2018, common cause judgment came in 2018. Common cause versus Union of India, 2018. This judgment settled the law as far as living will, advance directive, passive euthanasia, etc. is concerned. This judgment said that there is fundamental right to live with dignity. There is fundamental right to die with dignity. Yes. An individual should have autonomy over their life. And this autonomy should continue till they die. There should be right to self-determination. So by applying various principles of autonomy of individual, right to self-determination, Supreme Court upheld the right to die with dignity. Hence provided for something called advance directive and living will, which will provide for passive euthanasia. Active euthanasia is illegal in India. Active is illegal. Passive is legal. Legal in the sense that Supreme Court allows it. While this judgment was written, multiple procedures, methods, steps have been laid down by Supreme Court. That how you should write this advance directive, who would authenticate it, when individual's advance directive can be executed, under what condition it will be implemented, etc., etc. What is the role of hospital, whether there should be medical board, whether there should be judicial magistrate, when the individual becomes totally unconscious or terminally ill, who will decide for that individual? So, lot of procedures, formalities, methods have been laid down. But one important aspect in the judgment was this. It said, this directive, this guidelines will remain in force till that time when the Parliament enacts a law. So that 2018 judgment also provided that the guidelines which we are providing are temporary in nature, because these are highly complicated area. Medical science, there are issues of law, ethics, etc. And Parliament is the body which is supposed to frame a proper law. There is no law dealing with advance directive or right to die with dignity or passive euthanasia in India. Now Supreme Court has laid down this guideline, which are law, which are laws in that sense. This is an example of judicial legislation, judiciary entering into policy, lawmaking by judiciary. Supreme Court said, we are only filling the gap. We are only addressing the vacuum. We request and hope that the Parliament will enact a law to deal with the entire issue in a comprehensive manner. 2018, we are in 2023. कितना साल हो गया? 5 साल. Parliament did not act. Parliament did not make a law. Parliament has not made a law. In 2023, what happened was, another group approached Supreme Court saying that whatever guidelines you have laid down, the procedures, the methods, these are too complex, too demanding, that ordinary individuals are unable to enforce or realize the rights given under the judgment. Very cumbersome process, very complex process. Even the hospital, the judge, the magistracy, the district collector, others are not aware of this. There are multiple loopholes, multiple grey areas, and the process is very cumbersome. Multiple steps are there. Hence, although a right has been provided by the court through this judgment, the individuals cannot realize their right because of the complexity. That is the reason Indian Society for Critical Care Medicine, they approached the Supreme Court saying that these are the issues we are facing. Supreme Court said, we are not reviewing the judgment as of today, but we are trying to modify the procedures and steps. So recently, Supreme Court has modified, restructured the procedures for executing advance directives and to implementing the passive euthanasia. We have provided a comparative chart for you in the booklet, but nobody will be asking you to provide a comparative analysis of common cause judgment and what we say this current judgment. That is only for you to understand. What you have to do is, Your understanding should be this. The Supreme Court has laid down various procedures, modalities for passive euthanasia and advance directive under common course judgment. Because of the complexities, multiple steps provided in the judgment, the realization of this right has become very difficult for individuals. Hence, individuals approach the court. So court has simplified the procedure for executing advance directive or passive euthanasia. This simplification, there are multiple steps. But when you are writing an answer, what you do? Court has simplified. For instance, 1, 2, 3, that's it, maximum. Not an entire thing. One, I can give you, the role of judicial magistrate has been taken away, removed. So judicial magistrate का role जो है वो खत्म हो गया. So one step or one method or one additional level is removed. Let's say it's a hierarchy. So you have to go like this. Lot of steps. As per common goes. Now what is happening? Hierarchy is there, but this is like this. Steps are less. So steps are less. For instance, the role of judicial magistrate has been done away with. Setting up of medical board. Earlier the district collector had to set up a medical board. Now the hospital in itself can set up that medical board. Earlier the individual who's executing the advance directive can only have one friend or one witness. Now you can have 2 witnesses. Now there are timelines or time limit which have been provided. Earlier time limit was not there. That under which, how many days, how many hours the medical board will provide its decision, etc., etc. So time limit is provided. This is enough for you. At least 2-3 points to substantiate your answer. It is not necessary that to read and try to remember everything. Although we have provided for reference for you, but nobody will be going to ask this question. Compare this judgment with that judgment. That will be a legal question. In law optional, not in polity governance or any other optional.
What's the current status of 309?
Huh. Mental Health Act 2017. When this act was enacted, this act removed the penal liability under 309, which means as of today, attempt to commit suicide is not a penal offence. Mental Health Act 2017 amended 309 or made the penal liability not applicable. So if you try to commit suicide, if you fail, you will not be penalized. But one important dimension I want to tell you with respect to this entire common course, this 2023 legislation, clarification, advance directive, etc., is that the requirement for the parliamentary lawmaking. The Supreme Court had to step in to address this problem because of there is no law. And when the judgment was given, it is said that Parliament we hope and trust that Parliament will enact a law. And when the law is enacted, this judgment will automatically be sidelined. But Parliament has not made a law. And not making a law by the Parliament has impacted the realization of rights of individuals. If you let's say, Parliament has made a law on this entire living will, advance directive, etc., etc. So the law will be comprehensive. Here 5 judges are sitting together and writing out the guidelines with respect to a very complex issue, which has multiple legal, constitutional, ethical, social dimensions. When Parliament discusses the entire law, entire issue, it will provide what? A comprehensive approach. So the problems faced by individual during this period will not be there had Parliament made a law. The stakeholders' responsibility, collector's responsibility, magistrate responsibility, hospital, everything will be provided in the law. There will be awareness among people. As of today, how many of you, how many of us are knowledgeable about this advance directive, passive euthanasia? Nobody. Very less. Lack of awareness. This is also an example of gap filling exercise of judiciary. When the judiciary can fill in the gap. This is the judiciary have done.
What is the article that gives power to judiciary to fill the gaps?
You can see Article 142. Supreme Court can pass any order, any decree for complete justice. 140? No, not 142. If you see Article 32, people have gone under this. Writ petition, you can go.
Is there an article that explicitly confers the
That is Article 142. If you complete justice. The Article 142 provides complete justice. Any order, any decree can be passed. If you want specifically, yes, it is. But the court has inherent power because court is using multiple doctrines. This case has gone by virtue of Article 21. Says that right to life includes right to die with dignity. So Supreme Court has expanded Article 21, liberally interpreted. So by applying judicial doctrine they can find out. But the locus is this: the inherent power of judicial review, inherent power of guardian of constitution, protect the fundamental rights of individuals. And various Article 40, 142, 32, etc. provide power to it.
So if there is a question in prelims that says you have under Article 21 there is fundamental right to die.
With dignity.
With dignity is important.
Absolutely.
Only fundamental right to die means it's wrong.
No, absolutely wrong. You won't get a question on that. Don't worry about that. But when you write mains answer, this difference has to be there. No fundamental right to die. No, what does it mean? It's an entirely different thing. Leave it. But the question is, attempt to commit suicide is not criminal. Right? If there is a fundamental right to die, then suicide will be legal then. It will open up multiple challenges. Then it will be open for active euthanasia. That cannot be allowed in a civilized society. This is only to deal with a very difficult situation where the individual feels that there is no hope, there is no return. And many individuals do not want to be dependent on others. Dignity means what? Self-respect. So if I am bedridden, I cannot carry out my own routine. I have to depend upon everybody, even for doing the normal affairs of my body. That will undermine self-respect. Bolo.
So advance directive will definitely lead to passive euthanasia. Can there be a chance where...
Absolutely, no, it's not necessary. Individual have the power to withdraw the advance directive.
He can say, even if I'm in a vegetative state, my horoscope says I'll come
If
back
in a vegetative state he is able to speak, right? Or if the advance directive already provides that if in a vegetative state, my witnesses, my friends, my guardians can also say that by looking at the astrology, etc., etc., I have a chance to live, then the individual can revoke this passive euthanasia or living will. There are multiple things. That is the reason we are saying that there has to be a comprehensive law. One important problem with respect to the guidelines or the revision of the judgment is that the process of revoking the advance directive is the same as the process of executing advance directive. Means there is huge process. This process is there. This step, that step. But after some years, I feel that no, I don't want this advance directive. I love my life. I always believe that I am I have a life up till 100 years, 120. I believe in my staff, etc., etc. So I do not want this advance directive. So I want to revoke it. To revoke it, to cancel it, the same procedure applies. The same cumbersome, even relatively cumbersome complex procedure applies even to revoke it. This is the drawback. If you want to revoke, it has to be very easy, free for you. I mean, not free in the sense, but should be less cumbersome, less complex. But the parliament has to bring a law in order to deal with this. This has also ethical implication that will be taught in ethics class for you. Passive euthanasia. Right? Because the fundamental idea is that I am the controller of my body. Autonomy of individual means what? I control my body. Individualism is the basis of this. It's a capitalist ideology. Individual is supreme. But India is community. An individual is not alone. Even if you are alive, even if you are in a state where you cannot move, you cannot feel anything, but still you are alive. Your family member wants to see you alive rather than see you dead. Nobody will like to see you, dying deliberately, this passive euthanasia. No. So you cannot simply say that you are only individual. No, individual has to work in the context of society. Ethical issue. So there are multiple things here that will be taught for you, taught in the ethics class, because passive euthanasia, this mercy killing is also an ethical issue. Applied ethics. Right? But as far as polity is concerned, this judgment is this, but there are some issues. Parliament has to bring the law to address comprehensively this entire issues. Right? And Supreme Court has a limitation. But again, this is a progressive judgment which appreciates the rights of individuals, which is also in line with the progressive jurisprudence. We have provided some examples where something is legal, something is illegal, etc. Right? Rest you read. Next is delimitation. Very important. Why are we discussing delimitation is because the Supreme Court has dismissed a petition filed by a Jammu Kashmir resident challenging the setting up of the delimitation commission for Jammu and Kashmir and also the various aspects dealing with the delimitation. We will take this judgment as a starting point to address the entire delimitation and the freezing of state, the apportionment, the allocation of seats in states, etc., etc. As far as this Jammu issue is concerned, the main challenge in the court was this. The petitioner said, delimitation. Okay, first of all, let us understand what is this delimitation. The literal meaning of delimitation means fixing the boundary of constituency. Fixing the boundary. Boundaries of constituency of a legislative body. Very simple definition for you. Fixing a boundary. Fixing means this is the boundary of one constituency. This can be one like that within a state. Fixing a boundary. But delimitation also has a technical meaning. Because the Constitution says that in order to carry out this fixing of boundary, Parliament by law established a delimitation commission. So far, 4 delimitation commissions have been established by the Parliament by law, beginning from 1952. The last one was in 2002. The job of this delimitation commission are twofold. Number 1,
So far, 4 have been established.
yes, 4 have been established. The first delimitation of independent India has been done by President with the help of Election Commission. Delimitation Commission is headed by a retired Supreme Court judge. Delimitation Commission Act provides that the chairman of this commission should be a retired Supreme Court judge. One member is the Chief Election Commissioner or nominated by the Chief Election Commissioner. Another member is the respective State Election Commissioner. So it's 3. But anyway, 2 fundamental duties of delimitation commission. Number 1, redrawing of constituency. Redrawing of constituencies. Number 2, readjustment of seats to states. Redrawing, readjustment. As far as the Union Parliament, House of People, that is Lok Sabha, and state assemblies are concerned, redrawing of constituencies have been done as per Delimitation Commission Act 2002. This commission used 2001 census. As per this, okay. So redrawing has happened. Redrawing means, let's say, 1999 में ऐसा था. From this has been like this. Redrawing. But readjustment of states not done. Redrawing, depending upon the population, because what happens, population increases. Population is the basis of redrawing, allocating seats. But let's say one state has 10 constituency for MP seat. Population in one constituency is very high. Another one is small, less, etc. So population has to be equally divided. So in order to evenly distribute the population, redrawing will be done. Hypothetically speaking, let's say there are only 2 constituencies. Population 1991. A, B. Almost equal population. 2001. Like this. So, let's say this has 10 lakh people. This has 10 lakh people. Now this had 16 lakh people. This has 12 lakh people. So for 16 lakh, 1 MP. For 12 lakh, 1 MP. The fundamental tenet of democracy is 1 person, 1 vote, 1 value. 1 person, 1 vote, 1 value. Do you think that here this 1 value principle is followed here? 1 MP, 16 lakh. 1 MP, 12 lakh. What is the value? The value of 1 vote is more here. The value of 1 vote is less here. So it violates fundamental principle of democracy and free and fair election. Hence, redrawing will be done through delimitation commission. This commission, what it will do is, it will try to redraw this constituency in order to evenly distribute population. Like this. It has, let's say, kitna hai? 14 lakh, this might have 13.5 lakh, something like that. So, redrawing. This redrawing has been done. But readjustment has not been done. Readjustment का मतलब ये है, ठीक है, let's see this. What if the strength of Lok Sabha, let's take 545, right?
543.
ठीक है, hypothetically, let's take this. 545. As you know, the number of seats in the Lok Sabha and state legislature has been frozen as per the census 1971. The 42nd Amendment Act frozen the readjustment of seats and number of seats in the House of People and state legislature on the basis of 1971 census. This gap would be this gap or this freeze was to be operationalized till 2000.
First census after 20.
No. 84, 87. Till 2001. This 42nd Amendment Act freeze was to operate till 2001. But in 2001, this freeze has been extended by 84th Amendment Act. This 84th Amendment Act said that this freeze will be till 2026, and after the census conducted, on the basis of that, readjustment, etc. will happen. So ineffectively, after 2031. 2031. The census after 2026 will be 2031. But what 87th Amendment Act did was 2003. This 87th Amendment Act provided for redrawing of constituencies, redraw, on the basis of 2001 census. But readjustment did not do. Readjustment of seats to states in Lok Sabha or for that matter in the state legislative assemblies have been left untouched as per 1978 में जो है वही है. Now I'll explain this very easily. 545 basis is 1971 census. 540 plus million was the population in 1971. In 1978, the population of India was around 540 plus million. If 1 million voters are represented by one MP, you divide this 545 plus this 540 plus, you will get what? No, leave it. Yes, no, not this way. 1 million people, 1 MP. 540 plus million people by 1 million. How many will be there? Around this 545. So in general, 1 million people are represented by 1 MP. And depending upon the population of the states, seats are allocated. In Kerala, at that point in time, in 1971, the population was around 20 million. 1971, Kerala. So, Kerala will get how many seats? 20 million by 1 million, 20 seats. UP was around 80 million. So UP will get how much? 80 seats. What is the current status of the UP? I think it is 80. But what is the population of India today? As per 2011 census, what is the population? Around 1.2 million. कितना है? I think it is 1200 million. Hypothetically speaking, 1200 million. Now, 1200 million people are represented by how many MPs? 545. Which means 2 million people are represented by 1 MP. देखो, 2 million, 1 MP. Here, 1 million, 1 MP. Number of seats for Kerala in 1971 was 20. Number of seats for Kerala today is 20. Number of seats for UP then 20, for 80 now 20. When you readjust the number of seats on the basis of population, the seats will also change. If you take if you say 2 million people will be represented by 1 MP, which means today Kerala's population is 33 million. I am giving you an example here. See, today Kerala population is 33 million. Now, if 2 million people are represented by 1 MP, 2, कितना मिलेगा? Almost 16. 16? 20 से कम. Population of UP is 190 million. UP 190 by 2 million. How much? It's around 9, 20, 95. 15 extra. Readjustment by delimitation commission based upon the recent census will lead to reduction in the number of seats for all those states which have less population, and also those states which have taken steps for family planning. The southern states are seen as taken steps for reducing population, reducing fertility. So they have taken, one of the important reasons for freezing this was to promote family planning and also to get that fertility balance. But as of today, if you readjust means reallocation of seats to states. Kerala has 33 million. If you keep the total number of seats as 545, you are not increasing the number of seats. If you keep the number of seats as 545, then you readjust the seats on the basis of the extent census. It will lead to reduction in the number of seats for those states having less population and those states which have undertaken family planning steps. The south in general will lose. The north in general will gain. So, delimitation commission from 1971 onwards, they have redrawn the constituency, not readjusted the seats. But if this readjustment happens in 2031, what is the date here today? 2023. कितना साल बचा है? Next census के लिए 10 years something. Not only that, when this 2026 comes, how many years? 3 years. There will be need for amending the constitution. So the debate is already there. This debate of north-south divide, north gaining seats, south losing seats is there. This is the issue which we want to discuss in the context of the Jammu Kashmir. Now coming back to Jammu Kashmir.
So why didn't you increase the seats for legislative assemblies, the size of legislative assemblies?
The problem is that if you increase the seats in legislative assemblies, then the number of seats in Rajya Sabha will also increase.
To maintain the proportion.
Need not.
Quota system.
The ratios.
The Rajya Sabha allocation of seats to Rajya Sabha is also based on population. It's a very complicated issue. Complicated is there. And it is the population and the number of seats within the assembly. Based upon that, this is given. If you see UP has more seats in Rajya Sabha, Kerala has less, Delhi has less. Why seats for population? So when you readjust or increase the seats in the assembly, it will also have implication to Rajya Sabha seats. And not only that, that readjustment will not achieve the purpose of that freezing. The freeze is for maintaining this family planning, this stuff. Family planning, this maintaining fertility rate, etc.
Sir? Sir, why this Constitution Assembly, sir, put only population as the measure for delimitation of the seats? Means why it did not include other parameters like area, backwardness, education?
The Constitution empowered the Parliament to make a law to deal with various other aspects. If you read the Delimitation Commission of Act 2002, that for that matter, the earlier Delimitation Commissions Act, the acts provided for various factors: geographical contiguity, administrative convenience, the natural borders, constituency should not overlap. So there are many conditions which are provided in the law. Right? So it is not necessary that everything should be provided in the Constitution. Constitution can be skeletal. Otherwise, it is also said that Indian Constitution is very lengthy. So they felt that they don't want to add more provisions to it to make it lengthier. But it empowered the Parliament to make a law under Article 327 as well as the Article 81 and others. So Delimitation Commission Act provides for these conditions, not only population, but the seats are allocated. The seats are allocated on the basis of population, because the people are the fundamental aspect of this election. Representativeness should be determined on the basis of population. But,
Sir, direct doubt, sir. One doubt is, suppose, sir, we are living in mountainous area, and there are different mountains spread, and so population is also not uniform. So, sir, will that not be injustice for us to get a representative who does not take interest in our power?
This delimitation or this population criteria are not applicable in strictly for those states having 6 million population or less. Number one. Number two, there might be states having less population, and definitely they will have less seats in the Lok Sabha. The problem is the issue of asymmetrical federalism, because we will see that we require a secondary but we can redraw the boundaries of states so that population can be equal or proportionate, but it cannot be done for everything, for every state or for every every region. That is the reason we are focusing upon the local level governance. It is not necessary that power should flow from top to bottom. Even if region or area has less population, you can have better local government. So local government will be able to resolve or address all these issues. Local democratic decentralization can be a panacea, can be a solution for this population imbalance. Right? In order to address the population imbalance between constituencies, this redrawing is done. Redrawing is a continuous process, so that population gets distributed. So last redrawing is done in 2000 based upon 2002 Delimitation Commission Act. Redrawing, readjustment has not been done. And the order of the redrawing, the final order was published by the Government of India in 2008. For the delimitation, that is the redrawing of boundaries, the order has been published by the President in 2008. So 2008 delimitation order issued by the President settles the redrawing issue of constituencies. No readjustment has been done. Which means whatever seats the states had in 1971 are the same number of seats the states have even today. But as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned, Jammu Kashmir, the main challenge of the petitioner was this. Delimitation is frozen, redrawing is frozen, everything is done as per 2002, and final order has been passed in 2008. Now we are reconstituting a delimitation commission. If we want to constitute a delimitation commission, if you want to redraw or conduct delimitation in Jammu Kashmir, it has to be done as per the provisions of Article 170 of the Constitution. Petitioner said delimitation of Jammu and Kashmir should be done as per Article 170. And Article 170 says that delimitation has been frozen as per 1971. And the final order has been passed in 2008. Now in 2020, you are reconstituted the delimitation commission. Article 170 of the Constitution does not provide for it. If you read Article 170, it deals with delimitation, redrawing, readjustment of states. So the petitioner says, you are establishing a delimitation commission in violation of Article 170. Because Article 170 says that delimitation has to be done as per 2001 census. Open the Constitution. 170. खोलो जल्दी. (170) clause 3. Upon the completion of each census, the total number of seats in the Legislative Assembly of each state and the division of each state into territorial constituencies shall be readjusted by such authority and in such a manner as Parliament may by law determine, provided that such readjustment shall not affect representation in the Legislative Assembly. Okay, leave it. Provided further that such readjustment shall take effect from such date as the President. वो भी छोड़ दो. Provided also that until the relevant figures for the first census taken after the year 2026 have been published, it shall not be necessary to readjust the total number of seats, the division of first states into constituencies. Come to clause 2. the division of such state into territorial constituencies. Both readjustment as well as territorial constituencies.
Just delimiting, reorganization of states. If it happens, then also we have to delimitation commission.
Reorganization happened in the case of Jammu, Hyderabad, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. But readjustment has not been done.
The same case is for Jammu.
No. The petitioner said that as far as the Telangana and Andhra is concerned, although they separated, readjustment has not been done. But the government reply in the parliament was readjustment is frozen as per the relevant article 170. So the petitioner also used this argument that as far as Andhra and Telangana is concerned, it is frozen. So this should apply to the Jammu and Kashmir also. Otherwise it violates equality. But this argument is dismissed by the Supreme Court. I'll come to that, why it is so. My point is that if you read Article 170, it is very much clear that delimitation will be done as per the Delimitation Commission, redrawing will be done as per 2001 census, right? And the seats are frozen as per 1971. But the delimitation order with respect to Jammu and Kashmir provided that the seats of Jammu and Kashmir will be 114. 7 seats were increased. 7 seats were increased. So, readjustment happened. Readjustment is not permissible as per 170. So, they challenged this readjustment. Not only that, the population used to was 2011. This has not been, if at all you want to use, you use 201. This is not permissible. Secondly, they said as far as Andhra Pradesh and Telangana are concerned, the government says we will not increase the seat or readjust it because there is constitutional bar. But Supreme Court did not accept this argument. Why? Supreme Court said Article 170 deal with state. Jammu Kashmir से UT. Article 170 deals with state. Jammu Kashmir क्या है अभी? Union territory. So, Article 170 will not apply. Article 170 will not apply. Not only that, Telangana, Andhra example will not apply because they are states, you are UT. The Supreme Court also said the power of Parliament to deal with various aspects of the legislature of UT flows from Article 239 of the Constitution, which deals with setting up legislatures of UT. Not only that, Supreme Court said, under Article 3 of the Constitution, Parliament can convert a UT by dividing a state. Parliament can create a UT by dividing a state. Because the term state in Article 3 includes UT also. Golo. Article 3. Formation of new states and alteration of states, areas, boundaries, etc., etc. Come to the explanation. Explanation 3. In this article, the clauses A to E, state includes UT. But in proviso, state does not include UT. Come to clause A of Article 3. Form a new state by separation of territory from any state or by uniting two or more states or more states or parts of states, or by uniting any territory to a part of any state. Now you replace all states with UT. Form a new UT by separation of territory from any state, by uniting two or more states or parts of states, or by uniting any territory to a part of any state. It simply means, don't go to the technicalities of it, the power of Parliament to form new state under Article 3 includes the power to form new UT, even by dividing, converting a state. It simply means states have no independent existence. Parliament can, by simple majority, convert a state into a UT. Hence, Jammu Kashmir is a UT. All those things which are applicable to states are not applicable to Jammu Kashmir. The delimitation, the freezing, etc., are applicable to states, not to UT. Hence, the delimitation process, the readjustment of seats in the Jammu Kashmir Assembly, the redrawing, etc., are constitutional and legal. The Supreme Court said, by a conjoint reading of Article 3, Article 4, Article 239A, Parliament by law can create a UT by dividing a state. It can also create a legislature for a UT. Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019. J&K Reorganization Act 2019 has been acted by the Parliament by virtue of its power in Article 3 and 4. And it created a legislature of the UT by using Article 239A. Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act also extended the application of Delimitation Commission Act 2002 to Jammu Kashmir. It has, I don't want to trouble you with this information, but the way this entire thing has been done, the removal of 370, this act, lot of, I would say, intellectual inquiry has been gone into this. I am not defending it, but the way they have tried to bypass as well as fill the loopholes, to address the loopholes by doing this amendment, by doing that, by extending this, etc. Bureaucracy generally does not work like this. Right, but using it for not a ideal purpose, I would say. They should use their mind for proper things, but not to circumvent it.
So even the delimitation is in such a manner, there is a possibility the government will from BJP.
That is one of the reasons that delimitation exercise has been criticized. But we should look at the legal aspect of it. Political aspect is there. Right. That is the reason delimitation commission has been an independent body. Parliament, political parties should not have any complete say, although they will be members or etc. part of that. They can associate themselves with it. But delimitation has to be done independently. Otherwise, this redrawing will be done in such a manner that constituency will be redrawn in such a manner that one constituency will have my only supporters, my caste, my religion. So in order to avoid that, it should be an independent body. But the problem is the independence of independent bodies are a premium these days. That individual, Miss Desai, the chairman of the Delimitation Commission, has been appointed as the press council chairman recently. She completed the delimitation, which was highly professional. There was no conflict, no question. Hence the government decided that we should appoint an individual who is fair, independent, autonomous, into the Press Council of India, which is necessary for freedom of press in this country. Isn't it? Nothing can be further from the truth. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You understand how this Jammu Kashmir delimitation has been done? You understand this? But the larger question is this delimitation, freezing, etc. It is true that the freezing cannot be done in such a manner that there will be skewed representation. Because of the freezing, lack of readjustment, there is huge disproportionate representation. It is said that the one MP in Gangetic Plain represent more than 25% people than being represented by an MP in the non-Gangetic area. Which means the population of one constituency in the northern area are very high compared to the south. So it is violating one value. Disproportionate representation owing to population imbalance undermine the principle of one value, one person vote. This leads to a situation called malapportionment. This is known as malapportionment. In order to address the problem of malapportionment, reappropriation, or let's say readjustment, redrawing, and if required, increasing the number of seats must be done. If you readjust the number of seats without increasing the number of seats, then in all likelihood, the states which have more population will have more representation in the Lok Sabha. One example I have given you, that Kerala and UP, 95 seats and 16 seats. So why would states suffer reduced representation? Because they are population control measures. But the point has to be very much clear. This freezing has led to malapportionment. It has led to multiple challenges. One major challenge is that the distance between an MP and people increased. An MP is representing 2 million people, 1.5 million people. How the individual will be able to address their issues? Constituencies' needs cannot be met. In UK, it is around 0.6 million people are represented by one MP. In USA, it's almost like that. Less than 1 million. In India, you see 1.5 million, 2 million people are, especially in metro, it is very difficult. Not only that, small states are having much representation. So the value of vote of the northern people are less than the value of vote of the southern people. The governance challenge is very huge. Many problems are happening. So the limited number of MPs cannot deal with the situation. Readjustment of seats needs to be done in order to have a proper apportionment. But the readjustment should not be done in such a way that will penalize the southern states. There are two ways of addressing it. One, if you increase the number of seats. If you increase the number of seats, then you will be able to accommodate the rising population and their demands. But it is also true that states having more population will have more representation, fine. But the existing number of seats will be intact. A new parliament building is being built for this. So the parliament building can accommodate more than 1,000 individuals. So it is also possible that we can increase the number of seats. But If we are not increasing the number of seats, if we are keeping the number of seats as such, then we are readjusting. Then what can be done? Readjustment has to be there. For that, this malapportionment has to be addressed. But in which way we can do that? If we do not increase the seat, if we keep this seats as such, then we readjust. The southern states will be at the losing side. The other states will gain, southern states will lose. This will create federal conflict. Because of the less number of representatives of states in the Lok Sabha, the other state will be able to control the function of Lok Sabha and the government. This will lead to more centralization. As of now, there are 20 MPs. Later, it will be very less. So the say of MPs from southern states in parliament, or for that matter in the executive, will be very less. A government at the central level can take such actions against the southern states. Let's say they can convert entire southern states into UTs, provided they have majority. If let's say the number of seats for southern states after readjustment is very less, so the amendment to the constitution, special majority, normal majority, etc., can be done by only with the majority got from the northern states. So northern states can have more say in governance, more control over the affairs of the Indian government.
But if that's the case, Northeast states say the present situation is worse for us
For under which criteria?
because we don't have population. We don't have enough representation also. Both the south and north are dominating Northeast. So if we are going by population criteria, always the needy states and northeastern states will be at the losing end.
Population has to be the criteria. The northern states are having special provisions.
Northeast and hilly states.
Not only hill states, the tribal areas have, other states have, Nagaland, Manipur, etc. But southern states do not have, in general, the kind of autonomy, special provisions enjoyed by the northeastern states are not enjoyed by the north or south.
Yes, but the number of MPs
No, I am saying you have provided some special provisions because of lack of population, because less population and less representation. In order to protect your autonomy, custom, culture, exemptions are given to you.
That is at home, but I want to prove myself at center, the union level. At home I have protection.
You change your domicile and come to other state. Then contest.
Like Northeast wants to have a voice in the politics.
Then do one thing. They can hear or they can listen to the advice given by many religious leaders that we should have more procreation. That can be. Then what kind of answer I can give you? Every state will not have equal population.
Yeah, so but we anyhow.
In any country, the states will not have equal population. Right? So in order to protect the legitimate demands, concerns of those states having less representation, there are many provisions in the constitution. Federal provisions require what? At least half of the states concerned. It is given. Federal provisions are given. There are a ministry for Northeast. You should not look at the issue only from the angle of population. The point is, readjustment has to be done. When and where, the faster the better, the earlier the better. But when we are doing the readjustment without increasing the seats, then the legitimate concerns of the southern states and those states which tend to be losers have to be addressed. Some points I will give you how it can be done. Rajya Sabha, being the Council of States, should have more power. Amendment to the Constitution should be done so that the amendment to the federal provision under special majority with consent of at least half of the states should be replaced or amended with a majority of states. Half nahi, near majority. I mean, not majority in the sense, not majority I would say, near unanimity. Let's say 90% of states, let's say 80% of states, let's say 75% of states, like that. And not only this, also those provisions having requiring special majority, but not states. There are many provisions under Article 358 that can be amended with special majority without state. What you do is, you amend that too, in order to protect the concerned legitimate interest of states. How will you do that? Instead of that special majority, you implement something called super majority. Special majority is what? 2/3 and 50. You change this thing. You improve the standard for passing it. Let's say this is 2/3. 2/3 is 2/3 is how much? 0.6?
67.
Sorry?
67%.
0.67. So, in order to increase this 0.67 to, let's say, 0.8, you can change this. I am saying the requirement of majority should be increased so that the number of MPs are required are more. If this is the case, let's say 2/3 and 50. 2/3 and 50 is the case, then after readjustment, the number of MPs of southern states will be reduced. So the northern MPs will be able to meet this majority mark. So all those amendments can be passed by only depending upon northern MPs. So this will create fear psychosis in the mind of southern states. So you increase this requirement of majority. Something called super majority, also known as this one, filibuster majority. Filibuster majority or filibuster legislation. This happens in USA. Simply means super majority, enhancing the number of requirement of majority. And also deal with concurrent list, which means concurrent list, state legislature should be consulted before making a law on concurrent list. These are few suggestions for you. We can also learn from what? Learn from other federations. For instance, the Swiss Federation, Switzerland. The constitution of Switzerland provides that the canton means the province or state, canton. इंडिया में जो स्टेट है उसको कहते हैं स्विट्जरलैंड में कैंटन. So the cantons are sovereign as per the constitution, except as limited by the constitution. So sovereignty that is protected and promoted in the Swiss constitution. Principle of subsidiarity should be the basis of governance of Switzerland, also given in the constitution. Residual power, canton. There is one more. क्या है? 4 national languages are recognized in Switzerland. You see, language is a very emotive issue. Culture is a very emotive issue. Autonomy is a very emotive issue. So if you are not increasing the number of seats, but you are readjusting, it should be done, readjusting has to be done. But the while you are readjusting, you should take such steps to allay the concerns or fears of southern states. You cannot penalize the southern states for carrying out family planning system. And not only that, you should not create a situation where the say of the southern states in the union government will be completely negligible. You cannot let the entire northern belt to dictate the governance system of the country. But readjustment has to be done. The faster, the better. The earlier, the better. But the modalities have to be decided as per after a proper consultation, stakeholder discussion, etc., etc. There are few ways in which this can be addressed, like I mentioned, this majority, etc., etc. And also increasing the seats. Our purpose is not to provide. Our purpose is to write an answer. Isn't it? So these are options for you. These are points for you. Whenever a question comes, you will be able to answer.
What were the points with respect to principle of subsidiarity and residual power?
Principle of subsidiarity means if something, a particular activity, if it can be done at the canton level, it will be done at the canton level.
It was part of Swiss constitution. It's part
Absolutely. Which means national defense, external affairs, currency at the central level, education, health, public service, policing, all those can be done at the local level. Constitution guarantees that this. In India, union list is more than state list. It might be a different situation in Switzerland. Isn't it?
residual power is with cantons.
Absolutely.
In USA, who has the residual power?
Residual power, the states.
In constitution, don't we have any provision, at least with local self-government, that gives way to principle of subsidiarity? Is this spirit reflected in our constitution?
The Schedule 7. Schedule 7, List 1 and List 3. Not List 3, List 2. These two lists reflect the principle of subsidiarity. Why? All the functions which can be done with efficiency at the central level are part of union list in general. Defense, armed forces, security of state, currency, RBI. Principle of subsidiarity does not mean that everything should be done at the local level. No. Principle of subsidiarity is not a principle of decentralization. That has to be kept in mind. It simply says that at which level a particular function can be carried out with efficiency, with economy, with effectiveness. That function has to be done at that level. If that function can be done in such a manner at the union level, it has to be done there. If it is done at the state level, it has to be done there. Local level, it has to be done there. That is what principle of subsidiarity. Not a principle of decentralization. But in general, it is used as such. Because when you apply this principle of subsidiarity, especially in democratic government, generally the power with the center or union government will be very limited to external affairs, defense, communication, etc., etc. So union lists reflect, state lists reflect subsidiarity. List 3 reflect principle of concurrence. You can also see this schedules 11, schedule 12, or principle of subsidiarity, but it is optional. That is a secondary RCC has to be made mandatory. This last point with respect to this delimitation, this symmetric federalism, especially in the number of, especially with respect to the role of some states in the governance. All federal units are equal in general, but when you, in order to address the concern of democracy, you redistribute, you redraw, readjust, what will happen is other federal units will have less representation. So they will be marginalized. So democracy may violate federal principles. Because democracy, by readjustment, may lead to centralization of power at the union level, assisted by some states. So some states will have more power. Some states have lesser power. Asymmetric federalism. Widening gulf between center and the states. States and states. This may also lead to sub-regional chauvinism, language movement, culture movement, self-help, funds of the soil, or secessionist movement, separatist, etc., etc. चलो बहुत है इतना. Next. हाँ बोलो.
Sir, if we make Rajya Sabha an equal representative of all states, sir, what are the drawbacks? Sir? Means why we cannot recommend that Rajya Sabha should have equal representation of all states like that in US? Because sir, anyway, people's voice are getting raised through the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for raising the voice of the state assemblies. So if Rajya Sabha has equal representation, then
The idea of this equal representation of Rajya Sabha is based upon what is practiced in USA, isn't it?
But in US, the size
Yes,
of
sir.
states is almost equal. But in
No, it is not almost equal. No. There are states in which there is huge difference of population. No, the population of states are not equal. But that is what, irrespective of, I am answering your question in a different way. In USA, every state, 50 states are there. 2 senators are sent by every state. States came together and formed a union. States do not want that their rights should be undermined by other states. The Senate in USA has very high power. It is co-equal with the House of Representatives. In fact, I would say it has more power than the House of Representatives because it has the confirmation of various dignitaries, officials are being done by Senate. The population of states within USA are not equal. So irrespective of the population, every state will have 2 senators. There are some states in which there are huge difference of population. Still they send 2 equal senators in order to safeguard their autonomy, to represent their voice in the Senate. Otherwise, big states will what? Capture them, hold them. That is the reason. Now, the idea of this equal representation Rajya Sabha is because of the mother of the federation, mother of democracy, USA. We are not practicing USA style system, number 1. Hence, we cannot draw a parallel with the USA. Right? Number 1. Number 2 is that by giving equal representation to all states without changing the fundamental characteristics of Rajya Sabha, it will not be of any use. The point is that Rajya Sabha is the representative of state, Council of States. If Rajya Sabha, instead of protecting, safeguarding the interest of states, take actions for the union, then irrespective of the number of seats, equal seats, increasing seats, does not matter. It will not have any importance. Indian federation is a different type of federation, sui generis type of federation. So we have to deal with our own system, polity, in a manner that suits our own requirement. Population has been the major criteria for deciding the seats in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It is not only Lok Sabha that has importance in the constitutional system. Rajya Sabha has also importance, although it is very less compared to Lok Sabha. So every country has to have their own specific system. We cannot copy from other countries. The idea of equal representation of states in Rajya Sabha is propounded because states having more representation in Rajya Sabha are helping the government, the union government. So they are not using their strength to protect the rights of states. So instead of changing the pattern, Rajya Sabha should see itself as a council of states. So states as a whole should be their focus. They should not have accepted the downgrading of a state into UT as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But they are not doing it. So whether it is equal representation or unequal representation does not change anything at all. Representation of people are required. And one value, one vote should be extended to not only to Lok Sabha but also to Rajya Sabha. Because ultimately if the number of seats in the population as well as the number of seats in the assembly, that also determine the seats in Rajya Sabha. There, equaling seats in Rajya Sabha will not solve any problem. That will be a retrograde step. What we need is a Rajya Sabha which is empowered, which protect the rights of states. The members of Rajya Sabha should see themselves as representatives of states, not for the political party or the government or the union. If they do not do it, whether you make it equal, whether you make it increase it, decrease it, does not matter.
Sir, when we are talking specifically as per constitution, increasing the number of seats means it is with Lok Sabha and Legislative Assembly only, or it also includes Rajya Sabha in every.
Schedule 4 of the Constitution deals with the seating of Rajya Sabha allocation. Delimitation, what we are discussing is dealing with Lok Sabha and House of Legislature. We are not concerned with Rajya Sabha and the Legislative Council.
So all this discussion is with respect to
Lok Sabha and Legislative State Assembly.
Article 81 doesn't deal with Rajya Sabha.
But the Constitution itself says that the total number of seats in Rajya Sabha is this much.
But
When it?
issue of if by delimitation the states, the size of the legislative assemblies of states is increased,
If the freezing is removed, it will be increased.
then it directly impacts the Rajya Sabha seats also. So is it like you take both the discussions at same time or you take them in silos?
When we discuss delimitation, we are discussing Lok Sabha and state legislature. Right, we are not concerned with Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha seats are decided as per population. For first 5 million population, there is one seat for 1 million. So something like that. It's a very complicated process.
There is no bar on increasing the number of Rajya Sabha seats now.
No, absolutely not. There is no bar. But if you want to increase, there has to be amendment to the Constitution. If you read Article 368 of the Constitution, there is a provision which is required for amending or increasing or decreasing the seats of House of Parliament. The word is House of Parliament. House of Parliament means what? Both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. So if you want to change the or increase the number of seats in Rajya Sabha, then there has to be this amendment with special majority. But if you want to readjust, then it can be done as per simple majority in Schedule 4. Our discussion is based upon Lok Sabha and State Assembly. Because Lok Sabha is more powerful than Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha is directly elected. Rajya Sabha is indirectly elected. Right, so we are more concerned about the Lok Sabha because collective responsibility of executive is Lok Sabha.
can balance the concerns of both democracy and federalism.
Absolutely.
And currently the census is for ST, SC reservations, it is 2011 census.
The number of seats reserved for SC and STs have been increased as per 87th Amendment Act. As per 87th Amendment Act, based on Census 2001, the number of seats for SC and STs in Lok Sabha and assemblies have been increased. But the total number of seats remains the same. Total number of seats remain the same. The number of reserved seats for SC and ST depending on the population have been increased. Let's say the population of SC is 10% as per 1991 in one state. Now it is 15%. So definitely number of seats will increase. And ST also. Without increasing the total number of seats. There are two ways of democracy in federalism. One is increasing it. Second is within this modality that safeguarding the rights of states. Strengthen Rajya Sabha and make this supermajority filibuster, etc., etc. Also can learn from the other. Ultimately, it's a question of politics. How this has been done through talks, through dialogue, etc., etc. Next is very simple. What is the time? 7:30. Presiding Officers Conference. Presiding Officers Conference. Recently, which is that 83rd or 85th? 83rd. 83rd Conference of Presiding Officers of Legislative Bodies of India. Amit, chai milega? 83rd Conference of Presiding Officers of Legislative Bodies. This is a very important event in the sense that this is a meeting of who? The presiding officers of Union Parliament and state legislatures. So the role of Parliament, for that matter legislature in this country is very important, very significant. It is also necessary that there should be proper coordination, proper communication, collaboration between the Union Parliament and the state legislatures. So this is an institutional mechanism through which this coordination, communication happens. The beginning point of this conference is 1921, pre-independence. 82nd was in 2011, Jaipur. This 83rd was also in Jaipur. So this mechanism, this institutional structure of annual conference helps to deepen democracy, improve and learn from parliamentary proceedings and procedures. This will help to provide solutions for the pressing challenges that the legislature faces in this country. It will also help build personal bond, open a channel of communication, improve better coordination between the legislature, that is the union level, and at the state level. Thank you. This body or this conference discussed four major themes. See, there might be a direct question in the mains examination. Comment upon the presiding officer conference held in recently. How far do you think, do you think that the conference can lead to improvement in the functioning of Indian Parliament, etc., etc. So, apart from the direct question, the themes they discussed, the solutions they provided are also important for our examination. Fourth theme they discussed, you see that one is about G20, second is that digital parliament. Third they discussed was how to improve efficiency, accountability of parliament. Fourth one was harmony between who? Executive and judiciary. Now, these two things are very important. Parliamentary accountability. You know that parliamentary function, as of today, there is declining trend of parliamentary functioning. One great example is the budget session. Huge disruption, no discussion. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned for 1 month. Recently, this has been the case with monsoon session also. Of late, less discussion, more disruption, more adjournment. Hence, the effectiveness, efficiency of parliament functioning, productivity of parliament is coming down. This has been the case with the state legislature also. So this conference also discussed this issue. How to improve the productivity of parliament, how to make parliament more effective, how to improve the working of legislature at the state level. They also provided some solutions. कैसे कर सकते हैं? But one important solution they did not discuss. What is that? What they provided is given the code of conduct होना चाहिए, right? Code of conduct for whom? MLA MPs. Second is that question hour should not be disrupted. There should be restructuring of the rules and process, etc., etc. These are very simple for you. But one important issue which they did not discuss and you don't expect them to discuss is what? Sorry?
Working days.
Working?
Days.
No. No. Okay. No. That's okay. No. It's not that.
Neutrality of
Absolutely. Partiality, partisanship of the presiding officer. One of the major reasons for the poor functioning of the parliament is the partisanship displayed by the presiding officer across the board, whether at the Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, state legislature, etc. The presiding officer is the keeper of conscience of the house. He should be even-handed. She should administer justice even-handedly. But in respect of the parliamentary proceeding or in respect of the anti-defection law, the role of the speaker, for that matter presiding officer, has been called into question multiple times. Not by the political parties, not only by the political party, not only by the civil society, but also by the court often. Recently, the Rajya Sabha speaker, the Rajya Sabha chairman was also criticized of expunging the remarks. There is freedom of speech in parliament. Not absolutely fine. But without assigning any reasons, you are expunging the remark, which means which is not part of the record. You are not allowing discussion. The deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha did not allow proper procedure with respect to division of votes when the farm laws were being debated. So there is undermining of the ethos of the working of the parliament, rules of the parliament, proceedings of the parliament by the partisanship nature displayed by the presiding officer. And this is not something limited to this party or that party, although this trend has become very significant of late. Once a speaker, always a speaker. A speaker has to display impartiality, neutrality. That is the beginning point of efficiency of parliament. That will help opportunity for the opposition to raise voices. That will also help the speaker to discipline the members. Because if you are neutral, independent, then your decision will be accepted by everybody. But if you are using your power for partisan interest, then you will lose the trust of the house. So the opposition will feel that without disrupting, without coming into the well of the house, without walking away, our voices will not be heard. Until unless the presiding office of legislature and the Union Parliament do not carry out their function with the required dignity of the position they hold, and the display independence and impartiality, Parliament efficiency, Parliament accountability cannot be improved. So the Presiding Officers Conference, although discussed and provided solutions, some suggestions for improving, they ignored one fundamental aspect of the problem, which is they themselves. We cannot write this way, but I am trying to tell you this has happened. Isn't it? Speaker is the leader of the House. Chairman is the leader of the House. No, not leader, head of the House. Isn't it? Head, not leader. Head. So head means what? Leadership has to be from him or her. And the person has to be a role model for others. That is why if you see the developed democracies, they are highly impartial. They resign from their political party. Even in UK, one speaker elected, the constituency of the speaker is left uncontested. The tradition is not developed in India. Instead of Parliament controlling the executive, there is executive that is controlling the Parliament in India. Second issue is this harmonious relation between judiciary and Parliament, not executive, Parliament. Legislature. The officer said, separation of power demands that there should be primacy of Parliament as far as lawmaking is concerned. Because lawmaking is the job of Parliament. Implementation, executive, adjudication, interpretation, by who? By the court. So let the Parliament make law. Court should not make law. Court should not restrict lawmaking. People have elected representative for making law. Let them make law, and it is the reflection of the will of the people. Separation of power demands that judiciary should not enter into the power of lawmaking of the legislature. Not only that, the Vice President criticized basic structure doctrine and the Angel judgment, saying that the basic structure doctrine developed by the judiciary is impeding the law-making power of the Parliament, which is primary organ in the Parliament democracy as with respect to lawmaking is concerned. Parliament is sovereign in India. People's will, people's power are there. Janta mere saath hai. Remember, Janta mere saath hai? When questions were asked to one of the important dignitary of the government, instead of answering those questions, he said, Janta mere saath hai. Because people voted for you, do not give you any absolute right to do anything, to make any law, to take any decision. If that is the case, then we don't have to have this Parliament or the judiciary or any other system. People voted, enough, people mandated there, then you do anything. It will be absolute nature of power. People's mandate are required but not sufficient. People's mandate are necessary but not sufficient to ensure rule of law, to ensure constitutional government, to ensure democratic system of governance. Separation of power does not mean complete independence of an organ to do anything within the allotted sphere. In any case, in Indian system, it is not separation of power as such. It is fusion of power. None of the countries in none of the polity in the world practices separation of power in the strictest sense of the term, as advocated by Rousseau. No. If Montesquieu, sorry, Spirit of Laws, Montesquieu, that idea of separation of power articulated by Montesquieu is only in theoretical level. Even when preferential system like USA do not practice the separation of power as formulated by the classical thinkers. Why? Separation of power means what? One organ is completely insulated from others. So I am independent within this. My job is lawmaking. I can make any law. My job is execution. I can make any policy. My job is adjudication. I can adjudicate in any manner. So that will be tyranny, absolutism within one sphere. So there won't be. So separation of power do not mean absolutism within allotted sphere. So in order to avoid that, there should be checks and balances. Separation of power goes with checks and balances, whether it is preferential system or in parliamentary system. Right? Hence, in India, there is no strict separation of power. Being a parliament democracy, it is fusion of power. Also, there are checks and balances. Parliament is not sovereign in India. The presiding officer should get their understanding clear. They should attend the political classes, I think. At least they should read Lakshmikant to understand the difference between British parliamentary system and Indian parliamentary system. लिखा है ना उसके अंदर. Parliamentary difference in India. Parliament is not sovereign. We'll do one thing. We'll send the copies of Lakshmikant to presiding officers, especially Rajya Sabha chairman and speaker. People are sovereign, or in general, constitution is sovereign. Not parliament, not executive, not judiciary. Hence, judiciary has a mandate to uphold the constitution. Judiciary is the guardian of the constitution. UPSC question, 2015 question. Who is the following is the guardian of the constitution? President, Prime Minister, Supreme Court, Attorney General, etc. was the option, I think. Supreme Court is the answer. Guardian of the constitution. Protector of fundamental rights of individuals. To see whether laws are constitutional or not. So hence the court has a solemn duty as per the constitution. Judicial review is provided. 142 is there. Writ are there. For what purpose these are given in the constitution? In order to apply them properly. We are not saying everything in the Supreme Court does is correct. But court has a duty to check the government or the parliament. Similarly, parliament and executive has to check the judiciary. But it should not be interference. So the idea that judiciary is undermining the parliamentary sovereignty, by virtue people voted me, I have the right to make any law. These are not as per the constitutional scheme of things. The criticism leveled at the judiciary should have been leveled at the executive by the presiding office, not at the judiciary. The problem is with the executive legislature relation. In India, the legislature operates in the backdrop of redeemable power with respect to judiciary, but in the backdrop of irredeemable power with respect to the executive. It means judiciary provides judgment. Parliament can make a law to override that. So power can be redeemed, taken back. But in parliamentary system, executive comes from the legislature. Essentially, executive is controlling the parliament. So parliamentary power is under the executive. Sessions are called by the president. That is mean the executive, committee, system, Different advisory committee, agenda, prorogation, speaker from the executive, MPs. So parliament has no role as such, especially when the majority government is functioning. So the decline in the functioning of the parliament, the lack of institutional significance of parliament or legislature for that matter is not because of the lack of harmonious relation between legislature and judiciary. In fact, there should not be any harmonious relation at all. There should be constructive tension between these organs. If there is harmony, then what? They will not be able to check other. दोस्त अगर है तो क्या होगा? If there is a friend of yours, you will not be able to tell him or her, you are wrong. This is the problem with you. Because friendship will come in between. Honest assessment, objective decision making will be impacted. Instead of harmony, it is constructive tension should be there between judiciary and legislature. And the problem with legislature is not because of judiciary, but with legislature itself. That they have become handmaiden of executive. They have become beholden to the executive, especially in recent times. Parliament has to reinvent its integrity, its institutional depth. Unfortunately, the Indian Parliament, Indian legislature has not been able to develop that. This is not the case in UK. It is said that Indian democracy is in transition. I do not know for how long it will remain. I have been hearing this transitional argument for almost decades. We are not moving. We are transitioning. Not a maturity, they say. But it's true. Compared to UK and USA, we are transitioning. But that does not mean that Parliament will be a handmaiden of executive. But having said that, this conference has opened up much needed debate upon various aspects of the parliamentary system of India. It will help to deepen the democratic consciousness and generate awareness with respect to the parliamentary proceeding and functioning in the Indian public. It will also help improve coordination between the legislature of states and the union level. It will hopefully also improve the federal relation and the center-state relation in the coming times. Another one is the parliament using ICT technology. This can be done. You can read that. Simply say that there is a national e-Vidhan portal through which the proceedings of the parliament and legislature can be seen, they can interact, etc., etc. So it's a coordinating mechanism, right? Uttar Pradesh has converted itself to fully digital mechanism. Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly, everything is digital. It's ironic, isn't it?
Bihar Legislative Assembly paperless.
Paperless? Sorry?
Sir, 4 days budget session of Uttarakhand this time.
4 days.
And 30 bills they have passed.
That's, yes, at least they are passing bills. At least there is budget.
Sir, 4 days, sir, what will they discuss at that time?
You and me all are stakeholders in this. That's what I can tell you. 4 days budget, we should improve that. We should not, that is what we are saying. Mandatory, there should be also constitutional amendment. That number of days should be increased, etc., etc. But they will find different ways for that. But anyway, this presiding officer conference is important because it is happening after 2011. 10 साल के बाद हो रहे हैं. You might get questions on PT also. As far as I know, this conference or this mechanism is under the purview of Lok Sabha Secretariat. Lok Sabha. As far as I know, because I have seen this presiding officer conference, aims, object, etc. under the Lok Sabha website. Right? Which means the controlling authority, the organizer, etc., etc. The Lok Sabha Secretariat. As far as I know, you might, but I am not confirming it, but this is what I come to know. This conference is there, somebody has to be there, na? Who controls it, who organizes it, under whose control it functions. So I found it under the Lok Sabha website. So Lok Sabha is the custodian or controller of this conference. As far as I know, you are requested to find out if you find any other information. Because I have searched a lot of material, mechanism, etc., etc. This is what I found. But again, it's very important. Read the suggestions given in the material and use them for enriching your answer. Direct question is expected on this. Maybe in a a different manner. Different manner in the sense that the framing might be different. But this is a very important event. Next is
Global South.
I will take both together, Global South and Egypt. First of all, let us discuss this Egypt. Very easy. Recently, the President of Egypt, Abdul El-Sisi, he visited India as the chief guest of Republic Day parade. So, Republic Day chief guest, Egyptian President. The first time an Egyptian President has been given the privilege of being the Republic Day guest. During this visit, India and Egypt upgraded their relationship into strategic partnership. India-Egypt relation is important for the coming session, especially mains are concerned. You may not get India-Egypt directly, but you may get this. What is this? WANA, West Asia, North Africa. West Asia, North Africa. Because the MEA, Minister of External Affairs, deals with West Asia and North Africa together. So their approach, their division, their officials, their policies are dealing with this West Asia and North Africa together. Like we have this, what we say, Latin America division in the MEA, European Union division, you have Southeast Asia division, East Asia, etc., etc. So you have the Middle East, the Gulf. So MEA sees the entire region together, West Asia, North Africa. And Egypt is situated in the middle of it. Egypt is the gateway for West Asia and North Africa. Suez Canal. So, question on WANA, you use Egypt to enrich and substantiate your answer. You may get that question on India-Egypt. If you don't get, you may get this West Asia, North Africa, etc. So whichever way, this will help you. India-Egypt relation is not new. Right from independence, this is going on. In 1947, India established its diplomatic relation with Egypt. So right from independence, not only that, this relation has been reinforced due to the non-aligned movement. Egypt President Gamal Abdul Nasser, along with Nehru and various other leaders, have been at the forefront of establishing the non-aligned movement. Not only that, in 1960s, both countries have also focused on developing joint development of fighter planes. In 1956, during the Suez crisis, India clandestinely sent arms and ammunition to Egypt. Egyptian armed forces were also trained by Indian army people. There were high-level visits by Hosni Mubarak after this Gamal Abdul Nasser. This Hosni Mubarak became the president. He ruled for 30 years. Right? So he was a dictator kind of individual. Even then, there were some, better understanding, better relation between India and Egypt. But the kind of relation India enjoyed with Gamal Abdul Nasser was not the same with Hosni Mubarak. But after the deposition of Hosni Mubarak, Arab Spring, Tahrir Square, remember? Arab Spring spread to Egypt also. Egyptian people demanded that the rule of Hosni Mubarak should be ended. We do not want dictator, we want democracy. So because of the people's pressure, the Hosni Mubarak resigned from power. Later, Mahmoud Morsi became the president of Egypt. This Morsi also visited India. Mahmoud Morsi was the leader of Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood has been considered as a radical organization, extremist organization in Egypt and the West Asia. But later, Abdullah el-Sisi staged a military coup and deposed Mahmoud Morsi, and he took power. His accession to the throne was not smooth. He has killed, his forces have fired upon multiple protesters who demanded democracy. Thousands of people have been killed, massacred by the armed forces of the Egyptian leader. Protest, democracy, human rights are at a premium in Egypt. But when Abdul Sisi became the president of Egypt, India-Egypt relation also improved. In 2015, India-Africa conference, Mahmoud el-Sisi visited India. So after that, the bilateral relation between India and Egypt is also improving. So this Republic Day visit of this individual reflects the continuing, ongoing, improving, expanding India-Egypt bilateral relation. We also enhanced the bilateral relationship from upgraded the relation to strategic partnership, which indicates the strength, the depth of relation. Multiple MOUs have also been signed, etc. It is given there, read that. But my question is most strategic. Why Egypt? Why not other countries? Why Egypt? Why not other countries? What is the significance of Egypt as far as India is concerned?
The oil diversification,
Energy diversification. Which means Egypt is a producer of oil. Egypt is the leader of Arab world. Egypt is also a prominent voice, a prominent player, a prominent country in the Muslim world. Arab, race, ethnicity, Muslim, religion. And this Arab ethnicity extends to where? North Africa, West Asia. When I say West Asia, it includes the entire Middle East. North African countries, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, all these are Arab nations. So by engaging with Egypt, we can improve our relation with the entire Arab world and also with the Muslim world. One important indicator of this Egyptian support was this: Organization for Islamic Countries, OIC. OIC has been critical of India's position in Kashmir. But Egypt has taken a position in OIC, which is more or less supportive of Indian position. Egypt has been a moderating voice in OIC with respect to India. So Egypt can balance the OIC narrative with respect to Indian interest. Cairo is the headquarters of League of Arab States. League of Arab States, the Middle East, the Arabian countries, the Northeast, this North African countries. Egypt is a leader of Arab world Egypt is a leader also of the Muslim world. You will understand when you study the Middle East peace process. What is the Middle East peace process? Palestine-Israel issue. You will see that the Israel-Arab war, initial wars have been initiated by Egypt. Egypt was the leader of Arab world and fought against Israel. So, by engaging with Egypt, which is the leader of Arab world and a prominent voice in the Muslim world, India can not only expand its relation with the region, but also can reduce the tone of the narrative or the temper, the kind of criticism that is being given against India. Egypt can more or less neutralize the unwanted criticism, publicity for India. Not only that, these North African countries, and for that matter the other African countries, they are part of what we call the developing South. South. And the developing South is a major group under the G77. There is a group called G77, established in 1964, under the aegis of UNCTAD, UNCTAD. As of today, it is one of the largest intergovernmental organizations in the United Nations system. Its purpose is to safeguard the interest, concerns of the developing countries, known as South. So, India, by using Egypt or by having relation with Egypt, can also influence the foreign policy choices of the entire African South. African South is an area for solar energy, agriculture, food security, commercial opportunities. So India's Africa policy, India can view Africa through Egypt. Indian African policy compared to China-Africa policy is at a very nascent stage. We do not have a proper institutional mechanism to improve relation with Africa. The last conference we had, India-Africa conference, was in 2015. India-Africa Forum Conference, something like that. We did not have anything after that. But Africa is a very important continent for India. By using the Egyptian clout, Egyptian power, influence, we can also enhance our reach towards African countries. Also use this country's support for our objectives at the international system. What are they? Reforming UN system, governance reforming the IMF, World Bank, permanent membership to the UNSC. Not only that, this West Asia is a region where there is huge Indian diaspora. It is true that in Egypt, Indian diaspora might be less, but Egypt, being a part of the Muslim world, can also help us as far as the activities of diaspora are concerned. But apart from that, most important thing is this: Egypt is a country which practices free trade. It's a more open economy. Although the individual is a dictator, this Abdullah al-Sisi, the economy is open. In general, every dictator will have an open economy, in general. So economy is open, which means there is more scope for private sector. That is the reason many Indian private sector companies have opened their businesses there and are also willing to tap the opportunities. Especially in the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal free trade zone, something like that, is being inaugurated. So an economic region is being developed in around the Suez Canal, which has huge potential for private sector that can be utilized by India. And the Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, Indian Ocean and this. So if we can have some kind of preferential access to the Suez Canal, so we can improve our access to the entire Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, the European countries, etc. Apart from this, another important aspect why we have gone to Egypt is because of this. The invitation to the Egyptian president has to be seen in the context of India trying to emerge as the leader of global South. A conjoined reading of this Egypt visit and the Voice of Global South Summit. Voice of Global South Summit. Indicate a discernible change in India's foreign policy. Till recently, we have been focusing upon the G7, the G20, the P5, developed countries, the North. But initially, during the NAM period, non-alignment period, that is till end of the Cold War, we have been hailed as the leader of Global South. We have taken so many steps, initiatives to protect, safeguard the interest of the Global South, the developing nations. But after 90, the approach towards NAM changed. We deviated from NAM because NAM as a concept or an organization, it is there even today. But as a concept which is a determinant of foreign policy has been diluted as far as India is concerned. We move towards USA, developed nations. But with this COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war, Chinese hegemony, and the attendant challenges and problems faced by countries like India and others, forced a rethinking as far as India foreign policy is concerned. India is trying to re-emerge as the voice of Global South. Egypt has been one of the major leaders of the NAM, which stands for Global South. Now India is trying to re-emerge as the leader of Global South because India feels that India has the capacity to lead them. Not only Indian interest will be served in a better way by espousing the interest of the Global South. So Egyptian relation, who is a major country as far as NAM and developing South is concerned, and the Voice of Global South Summit clearly indicate a shift the way India sees its role as well as India visualizes its relation with the Global South. India believes that in the context of G20, India can truly emerge as a leader of Global South and also use the G20 platform for furthering the interest, aspirations of the Global South, which is the developing country. Because Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the conference, he said that today there is fragmentation of international system. Fragmentation of international system. I'll explain that how. And there is problem of 3F: food grain, fuel, fertilizer, huge scarcity and huge price for that. There is terrorism. There is inequality. But all these problems are being suffered by the developing South. The developed countries are not having any issue. If not, they have any issue, but it is relatively very less. And majority of the problem are created by them, not by us. So in the internal system, the global governance architecture, developing countries' voice are not heard. Those institutions which are supposed to maintain the rule of law, stability in international system, are being fragmented. WTO is not functioning. UNSC has been made dysfunctional because of veto. IMF and World Bank are functioning as the executive agencies of the USA and the West. So where does the developing country stand? One of the fundamental objective of this conference, according to the government of India, has been this: to make the G20 deliberation more inclusive by reflecting the concerns of those developing countries which are not part of G20. Because G20 has 19 plus EU, which means other developing countries are not part of this. This conference was attended by 125 countries plus India. All it is a virtual conference, first of its kind. Voice of Global South Summit. To carry the voice of Global South in G20 and to formulate the deliberation of G20 in such a manner that the decisions, actions of the G20 will also cater to the needs and requirement of the developing countries. Now, stand for developing countries' interest, sovereignty, integrity, development, independent foreign policy. After 1990s, NAM retreated from India's foreign policy matrix. In 2016 and 19, NAM summit were not attended by Prime Minister Modi. First time that a Prime Minister of India has not attended NAM summit, 16-19. This indicated that India is not interested in NAM, which means by extension developing South. But these activities, convening of this conference, Egypt, not only that, G77 summit, G77 meeting happened in Cuba recently. Minister of State of External Affairs attended the meeting. So G77 developing, Egypt developing, Voice of Global South developing, South. Are we seeing a re-emergence of the fundamental idea of non-alignment? This has to be seen in the context of emerging Cold War type situation. Not USSR, but China. USA is there. USA, China. An axis is developing. China, Russia, Myanmar, Venezuela, this North Korea. Another axis is developing. USA, the European countries, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Where is this developing South, Latin American countries, African countries, the Asian countries stand? Where is India stands? Because of this emerging Cold War type of situation and the COVID-19 various other fragmentation of governance system, development of developing countries suffered. Developing countries do not want to be seen as aligned to one bloc or another bloc. The interest of the developing countries, the global South, depend upon not aligning. Alignment will not help them. They should remain independent, neutral, as they did in NAM period. And India is trying to show the way. And India is also trying to shore up support from Egypt, from Cuba, etc., etc. Independent foreign policy, neutrality in global discourse have been the fundamental essence of non-alignment. Although from 1990 onwards, India's focus or interest in NAM has declined. But of late, I would say this year maybe, there's a discernible change in that. Prime Minister Modi also attended a virtual conference during COVID-19 times with respect to this COVID-19 a NAM conference attended. So this is a follow-up of that. So we can see increasing activity towards India trying to emerge as the leader of Global South and to chart out a different independent foreign policy course. Because we know that our interests lie in this, not in joining blocs, not in becoming allies. Until and unless there is no democratization of the internal system, the development of these developing countries will not happen. That is why Government of India provided for 4R. 4R. What are the 4R? 1R stands for respond. The developed West, the global North, should respond to the priorities of the global South. Second R, recognize. Recognize what? Respond, recognize. देखना पड़ेगा, भूल गया. Prime Minister Modi has the habit of coining. It is not given in the booklet, don't worry.
Respect and reform.
It is given.
But not
Explanation.
Not explanation? Acha. I will give explain, don't worry. Respond. Respond to priority of global South. Fine. What next? Recognize. Yes. Recognize what? Recognize CBDR. Common but differentiated responsibilities with respect to emerging global problem. Not only climate change. Emerging problem can be anything. Globalization, global warming, climate change, the economic crisis, COVID-19, food insecurity, war, etc., etc. Recognize. Yes, should be recognized. और क्या है? Respect. Respect what? Sovereignty of global South. और क्या है? Reform. क्या reform करना है? International institution. This 4R are nothing but a restatement of the NAM principles. Because the 1971 Havana Conference of NAM detailed, explained, provided the fundamental objectives of non-alignment. I am not saying that we are moving towards non-alignment, because the External Affairs Minister recently said that non-alignment as a concept has no place in our foreign policy, something like that. Not exact words, I do not know, but if you interpret his approach, is that non-alignment as a construct has no relevance in the contemporary global times. But as we know, politicians say something, practice something else. So this is something which is against that idea. It is said, we can see if this India is trying, how far India will take this new approach towards the global South. Whether India will be able to use the G20 deliberation, discussion, etc. to further the 4R or other interests of the global South. If it does so, then it will be a revival of the NAM principles and NAM orientation. Although the term NAM might not be given to it, but the way India is trying to re-emerge as the leader of global South and to use various platforms to be a voice of global South indicate that India does not want to be seen as closer to either USA or China. So India wants to practice strategic autonomy, independence of foreign policy, along with other countries. India needs to ensure that India's voice in G20 should be the voice of global South. India should not appropriate the voice of global South. So this is a beginning where the global South can emerge from the shadows of the control of the global North. it depends upon how far India is willing to take this. It does not mean that India should not have a good relation or a bilateral improved relation, deep relation with USA. No. Even in NAM times, we were not formally aligned with USSR or USA, but we had good relation. Not initially, later. But whenever we required, USA helped us. In 1952, when we requested arms and ammunition, USA gave us in China war. In 1965, USA did not help Pakistan. But in 1971, it changed. But in the point in time, USA also helped us with the Green Revolution. Don't see that NAM means no relation. It is principle-based relation. No formal alliance, but formal relation. Alliance is a different word altogether. But as of today, India is trying to provide leadership to the global south and also try to project the needs of global south in the high decision-making tables, which indicate that India is trying to revive the glory of the non-alignment as a concept. Although NAM as an organization might not be promoted by India, but the ideal, the approach is there. We never know, we might also try to revive, improve the non-alignment. So the Egyptian president's visit, strategic relationship, and the Global South Summit, the G77 visit, etc., should be seen in a discernible change in the foreign policy of India. That is what I have for you today. Anything you want to ask, you can ask. Nothing? Online students, Shivaprasad, how are you? Fine, very good. How? Anything written here? How is unethical? Yes, I have answered. Anybody else? Anything else? Thank you so much for your patience. I hope I have added something to your already enriched knowledge base. Yes, definitely. Why not? You have been attending my classes for a long time, so definitely it has been enriched, isn't it?
Sir, any discussion on local self-government? 30 years of local self-government has happened and 50 years of basic structure doctrine. So, especially local self-government. क्वेश्चन आया था सर 3Fs के एक और भी आया था
Functionality.
वो टर्म समझ नहीं आया था उस समय और आगे भी कौन सा टर्म आ जाएगा क्या
You apply your understanding. What is it? What is functionality? Functional. You should carry out its functions. Function, funds, and finance. These three you know. Function is something which has to be, which are optional. 29 function, 18 functions. PRI, 29. Optional functions. So the major criticism was that the state legislatures are not decentralizing those functions. So the lack of decentralization of functions are already there. It's a problem. Funds are also not there. Problem. These are functionary also there because no dedicated workforce for them. On top of it, another issue came up is the functionality. Whatever functions they are doing, whatever jobs they are doing, whatever activity they are undertaking, whether it is creating any benefit at all, whether there is any governance outcome there at all.
Functionality means outcome.
Functionality means its operational aspects. The way it works. With whatever functions, with whatever funds, with whatever finance, whether they are able to function, whether they are able to carry out it. If all these things are not given, then why do we need a PRI? If something is given, there is corruption, there is poor governance, lack of capacity. They are not working properly. But you cannot agree with that. Functionality is there, but there is issue of functionality. The way they conduct their functions, the way they govern. There are problems. Corruption is there, incapacity is there, mismatch, imbalance is there, poor implementation is there, lack of training is there, everything is there. The issue is not about functionality as today. Because we can see that the number of people who are getting elected. There are many states which have empowered the PRIs. Why they are empowering? Because they know that they are functional. The Finance Commission has provided funds to all tiers of Panchayat. Why? They are functional. They have trust on them. The Government of India has been using them as implementing agencies. There are good role model Panchayats. That's because of these issues are there and there are problems. Does not mean that Panchayat are non-functional. This way you address it. Apply your understanding. Functionality क्या हो सकता है? Functional, that's it. Functional means how it carries out its function activities. Water function is given. कुछ तो काम होगा ना? कुछ तो काम होगा उनके पास. Let's say even 29 function नहीं दिया है, कोई बात नहीं. कुछ तो काम होगा. At least giving certificate to individual, property tax. कुछ तो काम होगा ना? That's what it is going to ask. Don't worry about the term. Be calm, be cool, understand. क्या पूछ रहा है? अगर इंग्लिश में समझ में नहीं आ रहा तो हिंदी पढ़ो.
But sir, positive situations come. मतलब the positive impact of the case study. Most of the time we study the negative aspect.
You develop that two case study. One is positive, one is negative. You end with the answer that it has been transformative, improved. Yes, the human empowerment happened, and SSG linkage is happening. Panchayat is emerging as the grassroots level institution. Democratic is deficit.
Support studies.
There are multiple studies which I think the sir has already taught you about that.
Any ED update on the success of PRS for the last 30 years, success stories.
If you read the model answers which are done, if your optional is geography. If you have done the test series of general studies, the questions, the model answers of those questions will have all those case studies. If you are optional of public administration, then model answer will have all those case studies. Prepare one. But depending on the nature of question, if it is political empowerment, then should be political empowerment. Number of women, number of representatives, etc. Prepare one, but the conclusion should be this. That it is empowering, it is improving, there are concerns that is being addressed. We cannot say that it is not, it is less functional, it is non-functional, etc. That should be your approach. I will see, as far as this is concerned, 30 years, etc. If something possible, then we will see that. Right? Because in these things, these things are purely factual. This 30 years, etc. This is purely factual. The scope of analysis or the conceptual building is very less. Delimitation, there is conceptual issue.
250 years Rajya Sabha session, that directly reflected in the mains. Some static questions, direct possibility of coming.
That is something which is in the newspaper, which is something you can read and understand. In fact, the Vice President has written many articles on that. We also cover that in current affairs, our current affairs. Right. The purpose of ED is that current affairs should have some depth. For that, we add to our understanding and knowledge. If something is there, definitely we'll do that. Right. But is this NAM and this South, etc. This requires a different level of thinking, perspective to link these things together. How to see the changes that is happening. These things are more important as such. Right. The advance directive, although it is a small issue, but it has this aspect. This retirement. So I try to take all those topics which generally you have less understanding on it, and which requires a conceptual depth and fundamental understanding. But as far as this is concerned, we will see. We will see how it can be done. Right. 30 years. So in fact, we might have a material as far as the 25 years is concerned. So we'll give that to you, right? But if it is 30 years, you'll find an article might be written in the this newspaper.
Some articles were written.
Some articles written, that is enough for you. Ultimately, you already have the base with you. Some new developments can be there. This new development is important with respect to the municipal administration. This mayoral election. Right, this is important. Because how it is being done, the municipal governance is something important. So you also read the municipality part of constitution. That various, in fact, I have explained that in the 100 topics program when I have taken the Tucker test series. The 100 topics program. As far as PT is concerned, we have taken 10 classes. Or 10 classes on.
Sir, did you take one class less, sir?
No, I have taken 10 classes.
So, because
7th class is missing and 8th or 9th class are at same portal and one class is not there.
there is a mixed session with a span of 2 hours 35 minutes, sir. It is uploaded as session 8 and 9 put together. So, was there a session cancelled? So you.
No. See, ultimately the last session which I have taken, I have merged it 9 and 10.
So if you count the number of videos, 9 is the number.
No.
But the sessions are 10 content.
Total 8 sessions are there. 6, 7 and 8 are combined and 9 is.
No, it is not. No, it should not be the case. I can show you the. I can.
7 and 8 है, वो actually 8 and 9 है, और 9 का नाम है.
I can show you other things. Let's say I have the calendar with me, so I can tell you that February. When this started, which date? 5. Tucker 7. 26. Republic Day. 25. First class. Tucker first class. This 100 topic program. First class was on 25th. Second was on 27th. Third was on 10th. Sorry, 30th.
Till 6 no problem, sir.
31. One minute. 31 was 4th class. Then February 2nd, 5th class. February 3rd, 6th class. Then February 6th, 7th class. 6th February, that is Monday, 7th class. It is there?
No sir, not being uploaded yet.
Not uploaded. Okay, that's the problem. And February 7, Tucker class 8.
There is a session by the name 7 and 8 uploaded, and its span is only 2 hours 35 minutes.
No, that I think there is a problem there with
We
the.
are very much confused how you will take 2 sessions combined and that too will have
I have taken the fundamental rights class and covered the fundamental rights in 2 classes.
Yes.
Right. Apart from that,
So notes also.
not given.
Only 2 PDFs uploaded
Only
of class 4 and 5.
I have told them as far as these notes are concerned today. But while I asked them to upload these notes, the information which I received was it has already been done. But unfortunately, I see that it is not been done.
You just check the portal, sir. With the videos, there is a bigger problem.
Okay, definitely. After the class, I'll get these things done. Don't worry. All the PDF will be uploaded, right? And the video issues will be resolved.
Yes, sir. Till 6, no problem. 7, 8, 9, 10, you just have a look. You will understand what is missing.
Absolutely.
Then there is a problem with history video.
That I have already told.
अच्छा, studio में problem है. अच्छा.
बीच में.
Fine. We'll do that. So the point I was making is the Tucker. If you are watching it, this so many issues have been discussed there, like the conceptual aspects and etc. So that will help you. Rest I will see what all thing can be taken. Right. Maybe after 2-3 classes I will come again. You will have polity, this geography etc. Geography, not geography, economy and other classes. So I will see about this 30 years and.
Schemes, did you take it in a class, sir?
Which one?
There is a class for schemes also, latest schemes and developments.
That will be taken by other faculty.
Okay. Although it's included in the polity schedule, it would be covered in current affairs.
But see, thing is that we have discussed few schemes, and I think the material which you have provided will have that. But ultimately, you should rely on the Indian book if you have, or the current affairs, right? It is not possible to teach everything, isn't it? I can teach everything, but the point is we have only 10 classes, right? And there are questions. So most probably, what I have done was to focus on the conceptual aspects of questions. If you see the first video, you will see that all concepts, the constitutionalism, democratic government, Marxism, etc., etc.
After 6, there has been a rush, sir, in a way. Till 6, it was more slow-paced and more depth. Every page of constitution we are looking at. After 6, there has been a rush.
That is inevitable.
Yes.
Because the point is that we have given you a lot of topics and that cannot be covered in this. That was my mistake, that I have given this much of topics. Had I reduced those topics, then it would have been easy.
Even in the
But
center-state federal relations, financial relations, especially you discuss that 268, 269 and 269. After that, borrowing provisions of the state, when is the state allowed to borrow and not? I think that you asked us to study. That was the elite part.
if you have some doubts, you ask me, right? I know that there are a few areas which are left.
Yeah, generally what we find difficult to read on our own.
So that is the reason you should have attended the class. You should have asked me at that point in time.
Actually, we try to follow the recorded video, not
that-
the recorded session. Now we recognize the video missing here, order missing here.
But no problem. You ask me, I'll explain that,
Yes.
right? Not an issue. But the problem is that if you attend the class directly, then all those issues can be resolved.
Yes.
The students who were there in the class, they were able to clear their doubts. If you see that the students were asking questions, I was answering them, etc., etc. But okay, fine. You watch it, you will find difficulties. I'll answer that. Financial relation is a difficult area. That is the reason I think I have discussed that a few things.
Yeah,
The cess surcharge, Consular Fund of India, right? The GST compensation tax, etc., etc. One thing is 293. Even 293 I discussed to some extent. I remember that 293 the center can borrow on the Consular Fund of the India, the FRBM has the genesis under 293, etc. But if true, there are some areas which I will discuss.
When can state borrow, with whose permission, those are those things. Because the previous...
If you see the Tucker phase 1, you will find questions there.
Okay, in the test discussion you have covered.
In that I have covered that.
Okay.
Questions are also there with respect to the borrowing, and in discussion I have covered the borrowing power, etc. So if you have access to that, you can watch that also. The explanation for that question will also be there. If it is not sufficient, you can ask me. Right? Okay, then thank you so much.
So what are essential legislative functions of the Parliament?
Essential legislative functions of the Parliament: to lay down the policy behind the law. A law sets to address a problem. Hence, the law should have such provisions which generally, in a broad way, try to address that problem. But that broad aspects, macro aspects, crucial aspects cannot be left to the executive. Purpose of executive rule making, known as delegate legislation, is to fill the gaps, to make administration efficient, to provide for dynamic situation. But the broader aspects, the fundamental aspects, should not be left to the executive. The essence of a law varies from time to time, case to case basis. It has to be seen within the law. Right to privacy bill. The essence of the law is privacy of individual. So all the provision should be clearly defined which impact the privacy of individuals. Those provisions should not be left to the executive to deal with by rules. Then the Parliament will be abdicating its essential lawmaking function. Right? That is what essence. If a law dealing with rights of individuals, Parliament should protect and provide provisions to deal with that. Should not be the executive. Because it is the executive, it is against executive the rights are enforced. Article 14, Article 14, one question was asked. Discretion. Discretion is given to executive to implement the law in some circumstances. But no uncontrolled discretion should be there. The essential legislative function is to lay down those conditions, circumstances under which the discretion will be used. The methods of using it. How it will be used. Under what circumstances it will be used. If you use this discretion, whom you will be answerable to. All these things should be written down. These are essential legislative function. Because lawmaking is the function of the legislature. The power to make law, which means the rule, is given not to supplant or surpass the legislative function, but to make administration effective. That is its essential legislative function. Shivaprasad, हो गया, चलो. Okay, all the best. Thank you so much. Study well.